Oh, good morning, everyone. I forgot to turn it on. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, July the 2nd. And remember, it's a market holiday on Monday. Just give me one moment here as I get the YouTube guys onto my desktop. There we go. So my name is Barry Anderson. Yes, I'm the moderator of the room. I need a quick sound check, please. Thank you very much. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, let's take a look at what's happening here. So TATT, gapping up. All I could really see something, they had Honeywell in the press release. So now there is a big bottoming tail there, but that's that classic 8 o'clock bottoming tail. So don't know if it's going to mean anything. The one I am interested in though is ALEC. ALEC. We got to deal with Glasgow, GSK. Now it may not. I mean, it's very, very strong still, and it's an all-time high, ALEC. But look at these two bottoming tails. Why I'm pointing them out is sometimes, not all the time, of course, but sometimes they can prove to be sort of magnets. We think that they're outliers, that they don't really mean anything, but it's amazing how many times sometimes the price will drift down. So where I really saw it was right here. I thought maybe this would base and then start to move down, but it's very strong still. Yeah, so Joanna, I really can't, I mean, I don't know what his settings are, okay? So he must have, you must have some setting in yours that he doesn't have, that's blocking it. That's the only thing I can think of. However, I mean, I use this pre-market actives. I mean, to me, that's showing momentum stocks all the time also. So I wouldn't get so hung up on it not being up in a gap up situation, like on a new high, because I mean, this is showing me, MRIN was definitely active, and now it's pulled back a bit. So, it's obviously one to watch. Meanwhile, MRIN, yes. No news. I don't see any specific news on it. How about space, guys? So now I thought somebody told me it was going to be this week. I was convinced that it was going to be July 11th. Anyway, it is July 11th. That is the launch. And of course, Branson says he's going to be on it. So, hence, there's a big pop, 23% pop for space, SPCE, the big launch date, July 11th. Fingers crossed. Like play around with the settings or something. Impossible for me to know what he's got because I don't have access to his scans. Wave, yesterday IPO. Look at this. Yesterday, IPO doing really well second day. Very well. No, that can't be. Can it? Can that be? Was this really? Yeah, no, this is second day IPO. Yeah, wow. So it pulled back to 10. And now look at this. I had OSG here, but I believe this is just sort of an unsolicited buyout at $3 OSG. So I'm not too, I should have deleted it from the list. Yeah, CERE, CERE, gap down on financing news, but it has held. Yes, $25 is the financing. So it's holding the financing. ITRM. They have gapped down, been hit huge. Look at that, 38% down. FDA deficiencies. So yeah, I think he's talking, Zach, again. Maybe you listened to me in the pre-market. Yeah, I'm sure he's talking about Krispy Kreme. DNUT. Shenandoah, I remember trading this, seems like years ago. SHEN. Let me just see if I can remember when I was looking at this one. I think I was no, even earlier. I think I was looking at this one. Could it be this long ago? Back in the 22s. Anyway, there's Shenandoah's SHEN, I guess a special dividend of some sort. BSQR, big flyer the day before, rested yesterday, pulled back yesterday. Oh, the last 2 days, should say. And now it's trying to pop again. Perhaps trying to pop again. Let's see if it can keep over. Notice here it got up to 506 in the pre-market. Let's see if it can get over 5 again. If it does, then the high yesterday was 550 or so. But let's see if it can start to, attempt to try to fill in that void again. ARWR, gapping down, pausing their phase 1-2 study. Obviously, results are what they wanted. Through the 200-day moving average, right there, 70.44 is the 200-day right there. So it's just underneath it, ARWR. Yeah, just left click on the chart and start typing G-Trade, okay? Left clicking on the chart just makes it the active chart. So just left click on the chart, and when you start to type, the box should pop up. The change symbol box should pop up. And then, of course, you just hit click on change. Okay, good. JAX is a buyout, guys, in case you're looking at JAX, JAX. JAX is a buyout, $14. Mind. I forgot to mention Mind. I don't think it's holding its gap, though. I was going to look at shorting this one, but I just kind of lost sight of it. Yes, and it was shortable, yes. I can't see any reason for it being up. I'm just quickly looking at the news headlines. I don't see any specific reason for mine being up, but it's pulled back quite a bit. It was up to 262. Plus I had some news after hours. And Staff, sorry, yes, Staff. That was another one. They did a reverse split yesterday, a 1-for-6 reverse split. But it is still romping a little higher here. Not a little higher, it's at 36%. But again, I don't see any specific news on it other than the fact they did a 1-for-6 reverse split yesterday. Insider buys, okay, thank you, Zach, for Mind. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:13. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything standing out. They are asleep today, the analysts, guys. Let me just see here. Wow. I guess they're all taken off. So one upgrade. And 3 downgrades. And that's it. Okay, VTNR, I'm hearing it. Here we go, VTNR, that's right, that had the big day yesterday. Kind of pulled back, I'm sorry, it had the big day 2 days ago, kind of rested a little bit yesterday. And what's the high of yesterday? Is around 1374 or so. So it's having a little bit of a pop here. Can it maintain it? I don't know. But what a couple of months it's had. So looking at Krispy Kreme, what I'd be waiting to see is can it get back over 20 again? After hours, I got up to 21.87. So can it get back over 20 again and kind of resume a little bit? I'm going to stick an alert around 20.67 and see if at some point it takes that out. Give me a moment, guys. What am I looking for here? Okay, guys, just had to help somebody out here. Boy, you know what is still super weak is that Stellus SLS. It looks like weak again this morning, SLS. This was a great short for us a couple of days ago right here. Continued down yesterday, not as dramatically, but it is still weak. The low yesterday was 914 or so. 910 takes that out. I mean, there's really the next support area on the weekly is down here around 8. So this is still very, very weak. SLS. I might have missed my little opportunity for a little short on ALEC. Again, these bottoming tails, the theory being, and we usually discount them, and for whatever reason, it's usually only the trade ideas charts that shows these bottoming tails. Excuse me, but we've noticed in the past that sometimes they can be kind of magnets. That that these prices down here, which we just consider kind of outliers, they really didn't happen or something, but they can be magnets, and so. We'll have to see. I'm not saying it's going to get down here, down to $24, but for me, I just added change from the close. Made sure it's up. Guys don't have to, but I did make a change. So it's got to be up for the day. I'm not going to see ones that are down for the day. You guys don't have to, of course. So when you say the maximum from the deal is 18, what do you mean by you mean 8? What do you mean by that exactly, William? You mean an $18 share price? That can't be what you mean. All right, BSQR kind of holding just at $5. Morning Paradox. Yeah, I'm probably misunderstanding him. Morning Asiri and 18 over its previous close. Thank you. I get it. Okay, I got you. And Alex. All right, well, let's put some price alerts for Marin right at just underneath 20 and see if Zach is going to be correct here. Let's take a look at here. I'll just take an alert around 1993, see if that happens. Again, this is up. When I say on no news, I know Martin, you were mentioning, yeah, there was news earlier, but there's no news today. So this is just, I mean, this is just continuation, obviously. 2 days ago, they didn't look very good. But yesterday, it's these topping tail, this big topping tail, it's a little concerning. Well, all my alerts in the pre-market definitely have died off. Usually I keep getting some just before the market opens, but not getting any right now. Well, the only discussion is, wow. I mean, IPO yesterday. Now it's up 107%. I don't see any specific news on it, but there's nothing more really to add. IPO yesterday, and I mean, it didn't really do well. I mean, it got up to 16 and it closed down here. That's not good. So I don't think anybody could predict that it was going to double from where it closed yesterday. Usually when people ask me, so are you in Berlin, Alex? I mean, how's it looking? I mean, it's up 8%, 2 million shares, a lot of volume. I mean, again, it's a couple of days ago, that huge topping tail. It was up to 862, but it closed way down here, almost cut in half. A little bit of a recovery yesterday, but how's it looking? I mean, you just got to wait to see how it opens. I mean, it's 6 million in the float. I mean, it's traded a third of the float almost, and see if it takes out yesterday's high, and maybe it's just these topping tails are always concerning to me. I mean, they just got to knock the stuffing out of it. And unless I see it says something like receives more than a 2.5 million in warrant exercises, so but there is a little bit of news on it, but again, you just have to wait for it to open. Give me a moment, please. Well, if you shorted it at 320, you obviously, and you're still in it, you obviously didn't have a stop. So I don't know I don't know what we can do there. And 320. So when was that? $320. You shorted Blinn at 320. So this is 2 days. This is 3 days ago. Yeah, I don't. What sort of help you want? I mean, you obviously didn't have a stop though. All right, one more pause here, guys. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. What's the next resistance? Well, I don't know. I mean, the high of yesterday, 686, maybe that'll block it. I mean, it's hard to know, but a lot of volume. There's a lot of volume already. So it's definitely going to be active. Did have a little bit of news, receives more than 2.5 million in warrant exercises, so Alec is starting to move down, guys. ALEC is starting to move down. I don't know where it is shortable. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I had a question, where is Blinn shortable? Not at Interactive Brokers for me. So I don't know. I mean, that doesn't mean, obviously other brokers have shorts, but not at Interactive Brokers. Sugar. Look at Alec now, guys. This is, William talked me out of it, so you're fired. Yes, you do. Santander. I saw Santander this morning also. SC. Yeah, receives a $39 per share acquisition offer. Okay, so that is the reason why Santander SC is up. All right, guys, I'm going to just shut down some of my other windows, get ready for the open. So, Alex, I mean, again, there's a chance of anything happening, okay? I mean, to ask a question like, is there any chance it could hit? Of course, there's a chance it could hit 7. There's a chance it could hit 4. But I'm sorry, like I don't have a crystal ball that's going to say yes. Not trying to be mean, but I mean, I don't know. The high over here a couple of days ago was 858, so sure, there is a chance it could hit 7. Yes. When I get a question like that, it sounds like you're in it already and you're hoping that it could hit 7. All right, guys, let's see. The market is going to open in 5 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week. There we go. We're open. Yeah, this is the one I was actually looking at to short, and I just lost sight of it. MIND. Well, Marin is definitely still strong. Didn't really even challenge that 20 yet anyway. MRIN. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gonna let things settle down a little bit. Macy's. What's happening with Macy's? Yeah, Macy's kind of weakening. What are these lows here? 1868. And this has got a bit of a gap, not a bit, it's got a gap underneath, guys. I mean, 1771. That looks like support for Macy's underneath. Wow, Marin just severe rippage. Look at the volume that came in. Excuse me, 19 million traded already, 9 million in the float. Krispy Kreme getting hit a bit here. DNUT. Not holding 20 at all. Keep an eye on. Okay, HEPS. Okay, so this was the IPO yesterday. So now this is, obviously it's over yesterday's high. Excuse me, yesterday's high. And Wave got halted. No, did it get halted on the way down? Yes, it got halted on the way down. WAVE got halted on the way down. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Things can get so whippy in the first 15. So, and as I always say, yes, I will miss the ones that continue to move higher right from the get-go, but I'm just prepared to live with that. Keep an eye on AUUD, guys. I mean, there's just the high yesterday. It's right at it, 764. Of course, I had a tremendous 3-day run. Got all the way up to 934. And, you know, it sold off that day, 2 days ago. It was sinking, but yesterday had a nice rebound. And, you know, right now it's at yesterday's high. Might be worthwhile putting alert just a little over yesterday's high and see if it can kind of reclaim that area up here, which is about the 930 level for AUUD. Wow, look at Macy's. I just mentioned Macy's here. Look at Macy's going down now. Don't see any specific reason for it. Markets are, well, they were strong. Yeah, markets up, SPY's up, Dow's up, Tech's up, so there's no disconnect to start the day anyway. Wow, look at Marin, up, down, up, down. Here you go, Grant. This is the link to the what I call the main trading room. Okay. So look at this. I mean, this is how whippy it can be. You know, basic new highs, tat, basic new lows, tat. You know, so whippy things can be in the first 15 minutes. Look at Alf, guys. I know this has been a wild one. Alf, look at the volume and look at this 15-minute candle. Look at the volume. Again, crazy low float, 3.8 million in the float. This will trade the float easily today. 635,000 already traded. And again, yesterday's high was 1559, so it's a little bit above that. The high before that was 1725. So I know a lot of you follow this one. Just got to be careful. Big bottoming tail now for DNUT. Just kind of watching some thumbnail charts, seeing what's happening. I'm not getting too many alerts. And wave is unhalted. It has resumed. Maybe keep an eye on Pola, guys, here. Pola, P-O-L-A. Not very much volume yet. 24 times normal, though. We have some resistance probably around 1080 or so. Look at the daily chart. Those are the next highs. So I might give a little bit of a play in here. See if I see any news on it. Don't see any specific news for Pola, P-O-L-A. All right, guys, take a look at space here. So, yeah, bottoming tail here. Might be a little concerning. I mean, typically we look at bottoming tails as good things if you're going long, because that means, sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers took over, closing it up here. But early on, I don't know. We'll have to see. But anyway, space, SPCE. All right, so OPTT did show up in the option scanner. However, look at this. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there. Let's back this weekly out. Let's see what sort of resist. So 274 was there. 280 is here. 289 is here. 322. There just might be a little too much resistance. I don't know. I wish it were a little more. I mean, it's moving. It's moving fast, but I wish there was a little cleaner on the weekly chart. When I say cleaner, looking for more room that it can go before it hits, the highs looking left. And it's right at that 200-day moving average also. So a few of those from yesterday's option scanner. You get the alert, but when you look left on the monthly or daily or weekly chart, you start to see some near-term resistance. So it's not quite as enticing, to take those sort of trades, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, I would forget about the OSG. I do see OSG also showing up. This is I think it's an unsolicited bid at $3. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is my option scanner. Okay, but OCG has an unsolicited bid at $3, so I don't really know, how much further it can go. Okay, guys, listen, I'll be right back. What time is it? 9:40. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. Guys, sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, well, yeah, you're right. Somebody could offer 4. You're absolutely right. You're 100% correct. But even then, looking here, some resistance around 320, which obviously wouldn't be bad if you took it right now and it got to 320. That'd be a great percentage move. Okay, so this OPTT, yeah, I mean, again, I'm just looking at this, the 200-day moving average, looking at all this potential resistance here. So it's just not setting up for me the way I'd like it. Wave being halted, halt, resume. Wow, holy smokes. This is amazing, guys. I mean, who could have predicted this? I'm sure somebody's going to in the room say I did, but not I, meaning me. But I mean, the IPO, and it just sold right off. Wow. I mean, I think somebody mentioning about the BSQR, it just has to take out 5. It's just kind of toying right now with us right around 5. Come on, lag here. Yeah, you see what it's doing. I mean, it's got to take out 5. Takes out 5 with any authority. The high today was 510. The high looking left yesterday was 550. So, you know, it's going to stick an alert around 507 and see if it takes it out with some volume. All right, guys. Well, that staff has come right back. So I did not realize they did a 1 for 6 reverse split yesterday. So there's the 200 day. So it is through it. This TAD is not shortable for me. TATT, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm just taking a look. Well done, William. So you took that on off the bounce off 31 or 30 or so. Good for you. All right, and obviously very extended. So nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45 by design, but you know, this is this is pretty extended now. 29:42. So bottom line, don't listen to me. Look at OPTT. I mean, it's through the 200 day. No issue so far. Now it's starting to challenge these levels here, which is 322, the next high looking left. I'm not in it. Doesn't mean you guys can't be in it, but I'm not in it. All right, Krispy Kreme, guys, right back up to 20. So keep an eye on DNUT. DNUT. Right back up. So there was that big bottoming tail right down to 1845. Up over 20. Just a moment, please. Morning reel. So Krispy Kreme, guys, DNUT, big bottoming tail. Sellers tried. Buyers are in control as we speak. Let's see how well it can hold over 20. Still whippy though. Look at this. 2043, right back down to 1984. So still pretty whippy. Let things settle down a little bit. I have my alert set up here around 2050. See if it takes that out. And that's for the DNUT. Yeah, so B squared, guys, no bueno. So that did not hold 5 at all. BSQR did not hold 5 at all. Starting to slip slide away. Well, at some point it might turn into a delicious short. That's the ALEC. It was pretty good here, 35 down to 31. I didn't get it. All right, guys, this is the one from yesterday. This just got clobbered yesterday on earnings. Look at this. There's a reaction. Continues down here, MFGP. And what sort of support is there? Look down here. Maybe, what's the low looking left here is 591. It takes out 6 somehow. Boy, I mean, it's got a ton of room underneath still. I'm going to keep an eye on. Oh, that was yesterday, Dev, for Donut. Not doing nothing on it today yet. And let's see, we just had another halt for wave on the way down. No shorts available yet, of course, at IB. Shouldn't say of course, but second day IPO, typically, I've seen the odd time where there are shorts available the second day of an IPO, but not often. $52.69, wait for it, okay. Well, obviously that news with the Glasgow is, must be more, I mean, I just read the headline. I didn't dive into it. William said it should add 18 to the share price, which would take it up to 38 or so, which is done. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on some more of my option scanners. I mean, the two that came in, OPTT, I mean, I guess arguably it was okay. 274, it got up to 306. So I mean, if you got it around the 270 mark, sold it around the 3, nice percentage increase. Just wasn't wild about it. And the OSG, the fact that what I see anyway is a potential unsolicited offer at 3, so that didn't get me too excited. So far, I haven't seen anything that is really great. I mean, we get this, first of all, every time you get an alert from the option scanner, always have to check the higher time frames, see what sort of room it has. And see pop again, crazy activity. I'm not. I mean, listen. If anybody was long this, but if you're unfamiliar with this one, this is an IPO. I think it was priced at around 6 or something like that. If you can believe it, only about 3 million shares maybe issued, something like that. Yesterday it got all the way up to almost 80, which is nonsense. All right, so Donut's just having a struggle right at 20. DNUT is just sort of struggling around 20. That's kind of, I'm focusing on that one a little bit. Some of these meme stocks are just cracking here now. Keep an eye on Go2, guys. Man, this is, of course, this is not an IPO here. They just changed symbol names and hoping that people forget that they were a disaster before. Look at this. Wow. China education stock. How's TAL doing? Let's take a look at TAL and EDU. Well, in fact, I have it. Yeah, another one. Look at this. I mean, look at, gosh, can you imagine this? $80 stock 4 months ago, 21 now. Yikes, look at Alec. Whoa. I know you're short this one, William, but well, can it hit Real's fantasy fib target? Yeah, I have no idea why people say that. You know what? If you don't, you can have opinions, but just to say they don't work or it's not good or it's that, I don't understand why people do that. Exactly. We all trade differently. Whatever works. If something's working, okay, give me a moment, please. Just one moment. No, of course not. Nothing works 100%. Of course not. And you're right. I didn't think you were being a hater, but nothing works 100%. But interesting to have the targets posted and see what happens. Yeah, a lot of excitement about space early, certainly early. I mean, it's still up 15%. The launch is July 11th. Mr. Branson says he's going to be on it. So that caused this pop, and now it's just fading. CVM, guys, CVM. Now, this, of course, was the one that got hammered a couple of days ago. 3 days ago, I guess. 4 days ago, I guess. And now it's continuing down again. Okay, just a minute, please. Okay, guys, STAF is going wild now. I don't think it trades options. Let's take a look. Oh, I shouldn't. I mean, it did a reverse split. You have no options. That's why it's not going to show up in the option scanner. Yeah, no problem, Nick. Still kind of focusing on DNUT to see if it takes out 20 with any oomph in it. See if it takes that out. Wait, CVM, okay. Shortable, yes it is. All right, I'm watching CVM here. See if it takes out this 8 again. A bit of a bottoming tail here. Let's just see if that is meaning anything. Yeah, if you're talking about a stock, like a stock that you want to follow, let me just give you this. This is create what we call a symbol list, okay? I think this will help you, okay? Take a look at this. Creating a symbol list, a watch list, whatever you want, and then you can attach it to an alert window or a top list window so you can track it. Okay? All right, so Mind is back up here, guys. MIND is actually back up. So I think Zach told me, posted that there were some insider buys or something. So that was the reason, because I couldn't find any any news on it. So, you know, keep an eye on it. I mean, there were the highs post-market after hours yesterday, about 260, about the same in the pre-market today. Low float, 12.8 million in the float. You know, once it get rolling, I mean, it's got some, what sort of room does it have? You know, again, I look at the daily, the monthly chart. I see a high at 242. I see a high of 245. I see a high of 269. It just looks like there's too much resistance here for it to get really running. It is now through the 200-day moving average, but I don't know. It just looks like there's too much resistance. Yeah, so Scott, if you right-click on it, say an alert window, and type in consolidation, okay, you'll see. I mean, I don't use them, but you can see here are the consolidation. Now we have some consolidation alerts. You know, depending on the time frame, these are alerts, and these are filters. So you can pick how many days you want it to be consolidated. Okay, so just right-click on an alert window and click on search. And then start typing in consolidation. You'll see what we have to offer, okay? And if you click on any one of them, so that it's highlighted, and then click on help, it'll give you a detailed explanation of them, okay? No, I'm glad you reminded me. Shoot, yes, there was CTXR 231, so 231 down to 214, right there, or 238, I guess. That's the only one so far. Okay, this is probably an IPO. So this is an early IPO, NVXH, early IPO. Now, where are they out of? Is this one of those China ones? Typically IPO, well, it's 10 o'clock. We used to always say that IPOs will launch around 10:30. It's not a fixed rule on that, but ooh boy, look at this one, guys. This could go anywhere. I mean, they're raising. It's only 2 million, 30, and the price range is 30. They're only raising 2 million. Got some Piper Sandler, Stifel, and Cantor behind it. Where are they out of? They're out of Belgium, so I don't know what's going to happen here. But that's the IPO price. But they're only raising $60 million or so. Medical devices, 2.8 million shares, sorry. I mean, this could be extremely wild with the number of shares they've issued. Well, there's OPT right back up. OPTT right back up. After that pullback, 284, right back up. Yeah, the memers look really in disarray now. AMC, GME, AMC getting down underneath that 50 level. GMC underneath the 200 level. All right, we have a halt here, guys. SQBG, Sequential Brands, just got halted. And it's stacking up at, so far we can't tell, 992, 992, so nothing special yet. I'm looking at the bid-ask, see where it might open. So I got halted at 992. I'm not seeing anything other than 992, 992 right now. Well, if you look at a candle, I mean right there, there's only one daily candle. That will tell you it's an IPO. Okay. Is DTM the same as DTE? I don't know. Let's take a look. DTM, DT midstream. So it looks like they're kind of DTM and then DTE. I mean, it might be a variation of the company. I don't know. DTE Energy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's a tie-in. I can't tell you that. I don't know. You'd have to do more research than I can do right now. This is about the fourth time wave has been halted. Yeah, GDYN. Wow, there it is. I missed it. Okay, or did I? 1928. Missed it right here. 1928, 1947. Okay, so it hasn't ran away yet. Real is talking about probably a target, a fib target of 2114. Yeah, I don't know what that was, John. You're right, though. You heard that, did you? Boy, this is a big area for this one to try to hold this GME. If you're following that one, that's a big area. No kidding. Meme panic for sure. Look at AMC getting kicked here. Give me a moment here, guys. Just watching this GDYN right here. Came off the scanner. 1928. Bit of a spread issue. Probably a low float, fairly low float. 25 million in the float. Okay, this resumed. What? Wow. So, see, you couldn't really tell from how it was going to open based on the initial bid ask. SQBG, though, look at this. SQBG. And this could get halted again. I mean, looking left here, 1168 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, well, there's the Marin now, MRIN, underneath 20. Zach, I'm sure Zach knows. He was talking about maybe a potential, but it's giving up $5 already. Well, guys, CVM. Oh man, this is getting crazy now. Wave, this is probably the fifth halt. Fifth halt resumed for Wave today. WAVE. Yeah, SLS is going. Just got to have that one thumbnailed. So after a few days of just getting clobbered, well, 2 days of getting clobbered, trying to have a bit of a comeback here. Great, good volume, pretty good volume. 1.7 times normal. The high yesterday was 1074, so it's got that. Well, I'm kind of waiting for another option play out of the option scanner, one that has a lot more room in it. Might not get it today. Might be a very slow day now, witnessed by the number of upgrades and downgrades this morning. All right, well, GDYN, guys, I don't like the spread. I mean, 1943, 1955 right now. Don't really like that spread. Where's Pitbull? He's going to tell me, who cares? But I'll put an alert around 1962, though. See if it takes that out. It was a decent alert here from 1928, but the spread is a little bit tough. Yeah, so wave got halted again. No, this one was not shortable for me. SQBG was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. There was another cross here. 1944. for DD, no shorts available though. In fact, yeah, there's just not available for short sale. Not that they'll even try to locate them. Of course, this is a recent IPO. Uber, I guess is the China Uber, right? Is there any way to filter a stock that's undervalued? Well, depends what you mean by undervalued. I mean, if a stock is down, it's usually for a reason. So, I mean, it depends what you mean by undervalued. Okay, so you can try something like this. We have something called a stock composite rating, okay? So, well, again, okay, so if you're looking for things like P and E and all that, no, I can't help you there. I don't have any specific scan for that because I don't really look at that. So somebody else might in this room, but undervalued is a it's a very general term. Of course, your idea of being undervalued might not be the same as mine or 10 different people. You get an analyst saying, "Well, this is very undervalued, therefore it should go up." It's an opinion. So to have a scan for it, I'm not really sure we have anything like that because it's just so subjective. You might look at something like this, the stock composite rating. Okay, so you see that number there. It says 57. So if you search for stocks that are say 80 and above, using that filter, and you see a stock that is because the stock composite rating, what it means, it's a combination of good fundamentals and also technicals. So the higher that number means, in theory, strong fundamentally, strong technically. But if you see one that's starting to dip and slide, that might be something you say, okay, excuse me. It seems to be strong everywhere, but for whatever reason it's sliding today. You can take a look at it perhaps. Well, those are stocks that are usually pretty strong already, just maybe having a dip day. Yeah, look at Staff, guys. Staff is having a bit of a run again after that reverse split of yesterday. So this is what I'm showing. I'll show you something here, okay? I'm going to type in composite, and here's a top list. Okay, so these are, let me just do a, okay, these are the ones that are bad. So let me just do another one. Here we go. So here's look at these high scores, 99. So when you look at a GDYN, it's got a high score. It doesn't mean it's going to rip, okay, just because you get this. But IDT high score 100 is obviously it should not obviously, but it is the tops. So you can start looking at some of these. These are stocks that are strong fundamentally, and so if they're dipping for some reason, you might say, maybe they're undervalued. But I just don't really. I don't believe in that. Well, when you say Trade Ideas has too many windows, I mean, that's up to you. I don't understand what you mean by that. Trade Ideas has too many windows. You don't have to have them all open. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. You too, Martin. Well, you don't necessarily need them all, Sonny. What I would do is, start concentrating on just a few. If you've got so many that you're trying, minimizing them one at a time, etc. You might have to reconsider how many windows you've got open. Because when you say you need them all, maybe you really don't need them all. You might think you need them all. I mean, you can minimize them all, yes, and I can show you, the reason I'm still reluctant to show you the containers is because it hasn't been officially released yet. I mean, if you want to close them all down, yeah, you can go Windows and close all your windows down, or minimize all of them at once if that's what you want to do. No, G-Trade, don't talk about pinning, please. I'm not going to talk about pinning. Pinning is gone. I know it's an option, but no. Okay, if that helps you, fine, okay. Yeah, it gets more people into trouble, and it causes a huge problem for our support staff. So, all right, guys, NEGG. Oh, I say it was halted earlier, and now it's resuming. This is another one of those crazy ones. Excuse me, IPO, I guess, 2 months ago, or I don't know if this is an IPO or a SPAC. I can't really quite tell. All right, so this one did show up yesterday. NEGG did show up yesterday in the option scanner. It was down for the day yesterday when it showed up. Now this is up for the day, and I mean, obviously it's got all sorts of room, but it is, you got to be awfully careful. Look at that float. 2171 was the alert. But you just got to be careful on it, okay? Exactly, David. You're not going to need pinning when the docs are available. All right, guys, it is 10:26 now. So first of all, welcome to the trading room. If you're brand new to this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, the markets are closed on Monday for July 4th in the United States, so the room, of course, will not be open on Monday. And before I start talking a little bit more about my homepage and all, just want to alert you to the promo code that we've got on for July the 4th. All right, so this one got halted on the way down. Okay, this was an IPO yesterday, VRAR. Okay, so there's the promo code, okay? So 25% off, first month only or the entire year. You click on my homepage link. This is what you'll see. So obviously do not use that promo code. Use the Happy 4th for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This is how much it costs. As I say, this is how much it'll cost. We might have, there we go. All right, we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The premium is on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. What's the difference? The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. That's the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service, okay? There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. You don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, if you don't know our program, this is what I would recommend. You can go monthly. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? That promo will probably be good until Monday night, 11:59 p.m. Monday night, okay? More information on my homepage, so you can get the trade of the week. It'll resume, you'll get it on Tuesday morning, I guess. There wasn't one this week. Steve was on vacation, the individual who originates them. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for. These are all free. Here is a list of all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. So here's the layout that you see, plus all individual scans that I've created. So you can take a look at them if you want. Big education section right here. The 20 lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at this first, okay? Save yourself probably a lot of time. Building top lists, alert windows, etc. Something is wowing at me, and I'm sure it's Snag. Yes, Snag. So all the way down here to Brokerage Plus, the AI, which we nickname Holly. So a lot of information is here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still take a look at this link, and it'll explain, give you an idea about what some of the features that we have to offer are. Daily support session. So there's a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time as this room. It's basically the same. They can hear me and they can see my screen. Just not quite as active as this trading room here. At around noon, I do take a break. So one of the other traders takes over. I think it's Andy today. So he'll take over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. I'll put the link in before I do take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Of course, there will not be one on Monday. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. A little more of a blurb about the AI. Back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, please, it's a great little video series starting off with what is a stock. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. You know, these two sections right here, my scans and the education section, a lot of information. My advice, save my link, and then you can take a look at all this at your leisure. Minute here as I size my window. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We scan the U.S. stock market, okay? That's what we are. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter where you are in the world or who your broker is. Doesn't, you know, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? That's what we do. We scan. We're a scanner. And I just emphasize that. This is an example of a scan I put together. Basic new highs and lows. Or right click, configure. You'll see what I'm doing here. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20 Current volume is at least 400,000 shares minimum, etc., etc. Don't go over these. It's not really, it's the concept I'm trying to explain here. You start off with filters, to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And so if these filters are met these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. New high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks right here. Just give me one moment, please. So one of the things we did as a company, we said, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So how do we do that then? Well, let's create enough alerts. These are all the alerts. And these are the filters. Let's try to create enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can put them, a combination of them, to create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So you do not have to know a programming language to use trade ideas. When you're starting out, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. I've created some scans that you can have. Again, if you go to my home page and you go to this section, I've got a lot of scans here. These are all the scans I've created, plus my layout. You can always start off there if you want. We also have a channel bar. If you click on New, Channel Bar, these are all themed channels that we've created. All right, and each one of them is a layout with individual scans in there that you can take a look at. So when you're starting out, you don't even have to know how to create anything, really. Okay, as you get used to the program, of course, you probably want to modify things. For instance, you might take a look at my basic new highs and lows. You right-click, configure, as I did before, and you click on the summary. You say, okay, I don't like that price range. I'd rather have a price range between 10 and 100. So you just change it. You just literally just change it, 10, 100. Click on that summary again, you see how it's changed. So again, when you get used to using trade ideas, you'll be able to do things like that. You'll be able to check all the filters that we've got. You might add a filter, subtract a filter that I've got. Okay, but at the beginning, you don't really have to know how to do anything. So per week, well, we have a position, so I'll answer Sam's question here. So we have a position in 5-day. That'll be, so a position in the 5-day range, as an example, add the filter. And you want it to be, right at the low or very close to the low. Just use this filter right here, the max. Obviously, you put 100 here, it's going to be right at the top of the 5-day range. You put 0 here, it'll be right at the low. So something in between. So that'll tell you stocks that are near the low of a week. And month, 20 days. So that's basically a month. Okay, that's 20 trading days. The same thing. You can put them at the low. Use that filter, the position in that range, and use that max. So if I put 5 right here, that means it has to be. It's only 5. It has to be no more than 5% above the low of 20 days or a month, as an example. Okay, so you can play around with that. That makes sense? It's nothing to do with a custom scan or script. I mean, we've got the filters here. Okay. Okay, so as I said, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use trade ideas. Now, I want to just go over our AI. If you have our premium service, You click on, this is what I would do. I would click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see, not these two, but you'll see this window. And you just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? I wouldn't concern myself about Holly 2.0, Holly Neil, Holly Grail, the different sort of segments of Holly that we have. All I would care about is show me the alerts. I wouldn't care about, from what strategies they're coming from. Just show me the alerts. And then, then you have to figure out how you want to trade them. So, obviously right here, the alert was to go long on space at 53.28, got stopped out, 51.08. Okay, you got stopped out. It could come back, but this one was to go short ARWR at 65.92. It's 62.75 right now. So, but how you trade them will be up to you. Okay, there's no video on how to, because everybody will use it in a different way. I know people want to automate it. We don't recommend automating it. That's correct, Alex. Obviously, you have to let us know that that's what you want to do. But yes, that is, to be clear, yes. Not before the end of the month, before 30 days. Yeah, I mean... This, of course, is not shortable because of the reverse split yesterday for staff, but hey, great move. Okay, we can talk a little bit about this window that you see here, the Zig Blue window that's called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to pop this video in. Or this link to 2 videos, I should say. Okay, so I just popped this link to 2 videos. So the Brokerage Plus. The first link shows you, if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. So if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, that first video will show you how you can connect, and then you can use this window. It's an option, it's a feature. You don't have to use it. If you don't have an IB account or E-Trade account, don't worry about it. You can still use Trade Ideas. This happens to be a feature we have. The second video goes into more detail about how you can do things like creating one-click trading. Okay, it's more advanced. I don't talk about it in this room at all. The video is about 26 minutes long, and it goes into a lot of aspects of, more in detail how to use this window, how to create strategies, things like that. Okay. Another big reason for this window, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And again, you just click on the sim right underneath, and you click on an alert. And of course, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, etc. Okay, so it's very simple to use. Let's just do one. Let's take a look at staff, okay? What a great alert, by the way, at 5:32. So 5:32. Let's just take a look at staff, but you don't want to trade it right now. But if it pulls back to, say, this area right here on that 2-minute chart, 591, you want to take that trade. I'm going to show you how you can do something like that. Pick how many shares you want to do. You put the price in here a couple of times. Click the buy button and a big blue line will appear on the chart. So if staff goes down to 591, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how conditional buy order. You could have done it the other way, of course, if you had said, well, you know what, I'd like to see it break get to a new high, or maybe there's a resistance level above that it broke out. I'd like to take the trade. So of course you could have put these two prices above the current price. Now let me see if this is, yes, okay, good. Okay, now let's just say, for argument's sake, you put that in here, but maybe the market's starting to tank, or you don't like what you're seeing, something's happening, you don't want to take that. Of course, you can just go to the order section and cancel it. Right click, cancel order. I'm going to leave it in, see if it happens. Again, this is in the simulator. Okay, so that's how you can do this. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about money management, placing stops, etc. Okay, very, very key if you want to continue trading. So when you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. And that price will, for me anyway, it's usually based on looking at a chart, seeing what I consider maybe a support area was or is. If it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Okay? So let's just I'm going to see if I can find one that makes a little bit of sense. Not too many alerts today, guys. You know, this window in the last few days has been full, these two windows. Not too many alerts today. Okay, I'm just going to, I'm going to do this. This is called pretend trade right here. Okay, not that I would take this trade, but I just want to I just want to demonstrate the concept of placing a stop. Something's going on here. Why is this not changing? Here it is. Okay. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this trade. This is pulled back here. I think, yeah, maybe I'd like to take this trade on this big pullback, okay? 1057, 1075. Okay, again, would I do this? Probably not, but I just trying to demonstrate something right here about placing a stop. Thing is, I might get stopped out right away. But let's just do it, okay? 500 shares. What's the spread like? It's not terrible, so I'm going to buy it right at the market. So there it took the trade at 1079. I'm going to put a stop at 1059. Not that that's where a true stop should be. I'm just trying to make this math simple. Okay, it's going to add the stop. You're going to see right on the chart, there it is. So if it goes down to 1059, it'll take me out for a $100 loss, okay? So, and it might happen immediately, okay? But that's okay. So there's the first concept. So what you should be saying to yourself, though, again, well, how do I know where to place a stop? I kind of get the idea, sure. If it looks like I'm going to get stopped out immediately, which is okay. So that is only where practice there. So it just took me out, okay? So it took me out for the $100 loss. I know it's 102, but $100 loss. So that is the concept, okay? You get into a trade. If it doesn't work, you have to have a price where you're going to get out. And again, it's only going to come with practice. Sizing up charts, you might use moving averages, something else, but I mean, you have to have a place where you're going to get out if the trade doesn't work. So that's the first concept. Second concept, though, is okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade, dollar-wise? So if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, and I was just trying to make the math super simple, I said, okay, I would say if my account size could afford $100 to lose on the trade, then I got in at 1079. I had a stop at 1059, which was 20 cents away. That would share size me. What do I mean by that? Well, if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade and my stop is 20 cents away, 20 cents divided into $100 equals 500 shares. So there's the other concept. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll just take 100 shares a trade, 200 shares a trade. It should, in my opinion anyway, be based on the difference between your entry and your stop price. And then you divide that into how much you're willing to risk. A little bit of math, but it's really not as hard as it sounds. And the next thing is obeying your stop. You know, I left that stop in there. It took me out. I can just move on. That's one of the tough things, though, sometimes as a new trader, is not obeying your stop. Especially look at this situation. Thinking, wow, I wish I hadn't obeyed it because look what it's doing. It's bouncing. And now I'm making money. Stupid me for obeying my stop. Okay? Sure, that's going to happen. Okay? But many, 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 many more times, probably, you place a stop, and then when you stop obeying your stop, and you start moving it down, keep moving it down. So your $100 loss, manageable loss, turns into 150, 200, 300, 400, 500 before you finally sell it. Now again, this is an example of, again, people are saying, well, I wish I hadn't obeyed my stop. Sure, it's going to happen. You know, that it'll bounce off and you'll look at that and go, shoot, I should not have done that. But believe me, more times than not, this will not happen. And instead of that, again, manageable $100 loss, it might turn into something a lot more than you're willing to risk. So try to obey your stop. It's that simple. If you have IB or E-Trade, you can use our charts. Just leave the stop in there. It'll take you out, and that's it. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, your broker will have another way of doing it. And that's it, guys. There's my soapbox, getting off my soapbox, talking about stops, obeying them, money management. So practice trading. You know, it's a great simulator we've got. Just practice trading. Get comfortable. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make it when you trade your live account. And unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in the simulator, it's not necessarily you're going to make money once you start trading live. The reason being is that, you know, all of a sudden, the P&L that you see in here when you're just paper trading, oh, well, it goes up and down, big deal. It's not really your money. When it's your money on the line, though, it gets super emotional. Okay, super emotional. Yeah, when I get into a trade, and that's why, you know, most of the things that I see, of course, I've got hopefully room on the daily, monthly, and weekly chart to keep going. So if I have a stop of, you know, 20, 30 cents away, just as an example, you know, when I'm looking at if I get an alert and I'm thinking, I wonder if I should take that trade. I'll size up, you know, quickly where I think my stop would be if I did take the trade. But more importantly, I want to see where could it keep going before it hits some resistance. So again, to make the math super easy, if my stop was 10 cents away, I have to be able to look at a chart and with reasonable expectation of at least making 20 cents on the trade. Okay, some will say 30, some will say 1 to 3, you know, the ratio. If I'm going to risk 10 cents, I want to be able to look at a chart and have a reasonable expectation of making at least 20 cents, 1 to 2. Some will say 1 to 3. You know, it's up to you. And again, I'm just trying to make the math super easy. But if I looked at a chart, if I got an alert for something, and I thought, okay, here's my stop, it's 10 cents away, and I look at the higher time frames, and I see what I think might be some, you know, resistance 5 cents away, I'm not going to take the trade. Now, here's a good example, guys. Let's say I had taken this trade for real, and I got stopped out. Now look what's happening. It is for all the reasons maybe why I got into the trade the first time, it's starting to work. I could always have got back into the trade. You know, commissions are so cheap now, that should not be a reason for not exiting a trade. All right, guys, let's take a look. You guys are talking about Pixie. Yeah, I mean, it had a nice pop, but it's pulled right back down. See, again, look where it got to. It got to, 251. Look left on the daily chart. You see 260. You see 255, you see 254, you see all this area right here, and even all kind of on the way up. What I want to see is something a lot more clean, almost like a 45. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly 45 degrees down, but say 45 degrees down, so you don't get all these little pockets of potential resistance. So, I mean, could this rip? Yes, but it's the type of thing I just take a pass on. So speaking about the SQBG, just got halted again, or it just resumed again. Sorry. So this is almost the worst thing that can happen, though. You get into your first few trades, and you don't obey your stop, and then it turns around like this, and you're thinking, "Oh man, I'm so glad," and then gives you a false sense of security. You start to question, well, why am I putting stops in? It's gonna, it was such a great setup to begin with. It'll just come back. Very dangerous. Yeah, look at the SPY just doing nothing. This is one of those long weekends that people ask all the time, not all the time, but long weekends, does it get really slow? Well, I can tell the SPY is doing nothing. Doesn't mean that we can't find things to trade, but because a lot of times the SPY is usually based on the bigger stocks that are out there, and a lot of the stuff that we look at, well, I look at anyway, are ones that are moving regardless of what the SPY is doing. The Russell, RWM. Yeah, no, the small guys, the area for it to try to hold, of course. So the small caps are getting a little bit hit today. All right, give me one moment here, guys. The other thing is try not to fall into the pitfall of over trading, being anxious to be in a trade all the time. If it doesn't set up, it doesn't set up. Have some patience. Some days like today, maybe not going to get too many. I mean, look at my option. Look at my option scanner right there. There's only three, I should say. Two of them were, I looked at them and I didn't really like them, so I didn't take them. The neg was a bit of a different story. Still, listen, not easy. Not easy because remember I kept saying that float with a $20 stock, it can be incredibly whippy. But, just not getting a lot of alerts today. So, you just sort of bide your time. Some days you're just not going to trade that much. Well, that's it. I mean, have manageable losses. And then hopefully, you know, the ones that work make up for all those losses. You know, if you can have the discipline to let some of the winners really run. I know it's hard. So guys, I left that in there, right? Look, remember I was talking about the staff, taking it on a pullback here. Okay, I left it in there just to see. But would I have done it? It depends, you know. I mean, for real, the minute this doesn't hold. Now, the other thing about taking something on a pullback, because you knew ahead of time that you wanted to take this trade at what it was, 592, you would have also had a stop in place. Okay, so you would have share sized yourself ahead of time. You would have said, okay, because if I get this trade at 592, you'd be looking at the chart and going, okay, where is going to be my stop if it doesn't work? Okay, so that would have share sized you ahead of time. And then once you're in the trade, you add your stop. But listen, you know, the thing is, I mean, that's, I don't want to call that advanced, but, you know, just practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Well, Brian, my number one criteria is always going to be looking at the higher time frames. If I see a lot of room, and then I kind of watch to see how it's trading, settling down a little bit, and then, you know, in a perfect world, settles down a little bit, and then you get some volume. And that is usually a really strong criteria for me to take a trade. That's very general. And that again is because being a momentum trader, I don't have to worry about intraday highs because it's either at the high or the low of the day. I don't have to worry about that. Another thing, you know, that I pay attention to, I know some will question it, but I pay attention to whole number breaks. So if I see something breaking under a whole number, you know, I get very interested. What is this? Oh, this is Jack's, I think is it's a $14 buyout. I'm very interested about whole number breaks, either in the upside or the downside. Yeah, if I can pay a lot more attention to the crosses also, so if I see something that's topping out, looks like, and then it's starting to move down, then I can pay a lot more attention to the crosses. So the 820, as you call it, the 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. Other things to kind of watch for on a chart when you see it are these red bar ignores. If you're looking to go long something, you see a trend up, and then you see a red bar. This is not quite classic, but you see that red bar in blend. If this has been totally engulfed by that previous green candle, and then the next candle is green, that gives you, a bit of a sign that you've got an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. Okay, does it happen every single time? Of course not. But it starts to, well, staff, yeah, I mean, I looked at staff, but it wasn't available for me to short. So I just, but I mean, had it been available to short, I mean, there's the cross, 609, right there. So you're giving up quite a bit from 675 to 609, but you want to be super safe and right there, I guess. But it wasn't available to short for me, so that's why I didn't pay too much attention to it. The other thing to look for, we talked about a couple of trades yesterday. PLSE. If you're shorting something, let me back this out on the 15-minute chart. So we talked about topping tails. If you're looking to short something, so you see these two topping tails on the 15-minute chart for PLSE. So again, what does it mean? It means the buyers at one point had the price up here, sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down, and eventually buyers tried one more time, and then the sellers said, kept at it. So eventually the buyers gave up. They just kind of gave up for a while. Now they came back, but the buyers gave up all the way down here. So when you start to see some topping tails, that's eventually one side just gives up, says, okay, you can have it for a while. And the reverse is true, can be true. You get bottoming tails, sellers trying to knock the price down, buyers take it up, sellers knock it down, buyers take it up. Eventually the sellers get tired and they cede control to the buyers. So those are clues also that you can kind of keep an eye on when you see that on a chart. Does it always work? Of course not. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:04. So I have had no new alerts. So this is definitely turning into a very slow day. Well, that's pretty. Look at CVM, guys. Mentioned this one earlier, something that was. Yeah, I mean Commodore. Yeah, I mean the idea. Don't push it. You don't find anything. I'm just talking to you specifically, but I mean, you don't find something specifically that you're liking, and it starts getting slow. Yeah, I mean just either close it down or come back. Just don't trade out of boredom. Well, this is pretty brutal then for Didi. I mean, they launch and then they get it. That's pretty brutal. I wonder how Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan feel about this. No, only U.S. stocks. Question is, can we set it to Malaysian stocks? No, only U.S. stocks. Well, and Canada with with a caveat, but I mean, so no Malaysian stocks. All right, guys. Well, the CVM is the only. Let's take a look here. See if there's anything. No, just U.S. stocks, U.S. and Canada. Okay, that's the only markets we cover. short. Not would I, but yeah, I mean, you know, when I mentioned it this morning, I said it had the horrible day a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess. And then yesterday, continuation, and there's just no support for it. You just look left. I mean, it's the same idea. Looking left, you want to go short something. Look left to see where there could be some support. Now, you know, there can be support around 7, but that's still far enough away. Yeah, I mean, here's the trend. Here's your candlesticks. Here's your trend down. You know, on a 15-minute chart, trend down on a daily chart. You might want to take a look at this M3. If you go to my homepage, you do this right here. If you click on my homepage link right there, or my homepage tab, sorry, that's the homepage tab, and you click on my link, it'd be brought here, and go to the education section, click here, and if you go all the way down, back to basics, you might be interested in something like this, okay? It starts off literally, what is a stock, but candlesticks, introduction to charts, candlesticks, okay? You might be interested in something like that. Okay? Is Alec bouncing? I don't know. Let's take a look. It looked like it was just resting for a while. Let's take a look at Alec, see if it's actually bouncing. I mean, it's a minor. I mean, obviously, if you took it way down here, to me, it's it's really not going one way or the other. And looking at the 2, looking at the 15. To me, a true bounce on the 15 would have to take out that 39 and then start moving in here. So to me, it's not really bouncing yet. It's funny, the market just feels down today. You know, all the indices are up, but the market just, for me, just feels down. So having said that, let's take a look at the new docked channel bar and take a look at the sectors and what is happening. Again, guys, I don't think this is on our website yet available. Okay, but it's coming. I know we keep saying that, but so what this allows you to do, it allows you to go through, take a look at the channels, okay, the different channels, which are all layouts like this, and your layout won't disappear. I mean, that's probably the biggest upgrade, if you will. That has been something that probably bugged out people for quite a while. You know, the fact that your layout, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. That, once this is available, you'll be able to do stuff like this. So for instance, I'm looking at the sector. These are the major sectors. These are the stocks that make up the major, in the major sectors. So at a glance, you can kind of tell what the sectors are doing. So for instance, if you wanted the worst sector today, worst, you know, everybody's hand should go up. Barry, it is XLE Energy. 87% of the stocks that make up that sector are down for the day. Only 13% are up. You can see these are the ones that are up today. PSX and EOG. That's it. Well, guys, OPT it might hit that 320. I think that is. I think Real mentioned a fib area, but it's also a new high area. So yeah, OPEC meeting was not good. Not for energy stocks. So anyway, here you go. Utilities. You know, only 85% of them are down. So let's flip the script a little bit. What are the good ones? Well, the best one today looks like it's a tie between healthcare and technology. Yeah, because you know the stocks in the technology sector. Stocks in the technology sector, 75% of them are up. So more of an interesting exercise to me would be to go down and say, well, I wonder why these ones are down. Look at IBM. IBM is just getting thumped today, even though it's in one of the best sectors for the day. It's getting absolutely thumped. So the Jim Whitehurst is leaving the company. He's stepping down as president. Okay, so that is the news on IBM, and it's getting hammered on that news. All right, so that's a way to look at it. Financials, okay, not a great sector today. 76 down. Let's take a look at the ones that are up. I wonder why they're up. Okay, nothing startling. I mean, but if something was up 2 or 3%, and the overall sector is down 76%, you might have to take a look and say, well, I wonder why that one's up. And, well, classically, we did that with IBM. 75% are up. You go right to the bottom. Now you see why IBM is down. So anyway, interesting use, kind of like a heat map, kind of giving you an idea about what's happening with the overall market. All right, guys. Well, you can probably guess what I've done. So yeah, it'll make your life easier. I have to admit. I mean, I was used to pinning before, so it's not a huge deal for me, but I definitely like the look. I love being able to take my charts and put them into a container, move them around. Different types of scans that I've got in a container, move them around. It makes it cleaner, wow. Wow. I'm just going to keep saying wow. Well, I said, just before that CVM's resistance could be around 7. Yeah, we don't talk about pinning because they get people into so much trouble. So I honestly don't know what it's going to take to release that version, but there must be some little minor bugs that they just don't want to release it yet. Yeah, so I don't know if it's available for you guys yet. I'm just see, I'm in a development version, and one of the things you can say is good to cancel. GTC, okay? The other thing too with our simulator, if you don't get out of a trade, You know, obviously I would never, ever, ever, ever have been sticking in this staff trade. So what I'm going to do. But if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading also. Well, if I put it if you know if I don't get out of a trade in the simulator and I have a stop and play, it'll just keep carrying forward. Okay, if I want to get into this trade right here, GDYN, right here at 1908, and I put a stop in at 1852 or something, and it starts working, 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 and I don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, that stop is still there. It's not going to disappear. Well, do you have this? When you click on new, do you have something that says new dock channel bar or new dock window? Do you have this as features or options? G-Trade? So when you go to the channel, when you go to our toolbar and you click on new, and sorry, do you have the options, new dock channel bar and new dock window? Do you have those options here? Then you don't have the ability. Okay. Now, what do you mean by loading multiple layouts? What do you mean by that? You might be entering a world of hurt. When you say multiple layouts, you mean multiple layouts at the same time. Like in other words, here's my layout here. When I go to the go to my watch list or something, my layout still remains, and I have this layout up and running. That's what I think you meant. Okay. Then you've done something called pinning. You may not know. If you right click on one of your windows, you're probably going to see that, well, it's not here anymore. But if you right click on one of your windows, it's not in, so I have to click on a, yeah, see that feature has been disabled now. You might see something that says pinned. Okay, so be careful, because what happens is people don't realize that when pinning, and then they load their layout again, and they load their layout again, load their layout again, all of a sudden they've got, if you look underneath, I can't do it because everything I've got is excuse me, in a container. So, but if you look underneath one of your scans, do you see the same one? Has it been duplicated underneath? If you just kind of move it, do you see the same? Do you see the scan underneath it? Okay, but so when you move it, do you see the same scan underneath? Okay, see, that's why we don't. All right, so this is what's going to happen to you. It can happen to you. Your system could bog down because what's happening in you have so what you're going to have to do. And this is why we don't talk about pinning. You're going to have to go through each one of those windows. Okay, unpin them. Each, yeah, click, and then save your layout again in an unpinned fashion. Now you can go and close all pinned windows, but I don't know what you're going to see. Yeah, go off topic. Sorry. Go off topic. Please go off topic. Sorry about that. No. MIA Iceman, no. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have. Okay, good. Where it really can hurt you is if you have a lot of topless windows open. Excuse me. And the topless, of course, update every 30 seconds. So if you've got a bunch of pinned windows and you've got, I mean, we've seen people with 20 topless windows overlaying each other, like the same one. Well, what happens is, they get updated every 30 seconds. If you've got a lot of symbols to update, your system will just slow to, it'll go to nothing. You won't be able to do anything. People going, well, why did that happen? I just answered you, Amia, no. MIA, no. I answered you, and maybe you can't hear me? Well, he was in tech support. I answered him. Well, guys, snooze alert for me. All right. Hey, well, a little move for IC, guys. A little move here for IC. Had the move in the pre-market, or sorry, after hours yesterday. IC, what's the spread like? Not terrible. A little bit of a pop. There's also a red bar ignored right there. All right, let's see where this goes. See, a little red bar ignored right there. Okay, so the smart stop is something that is calculated, okay? It's automatically generated. It takes into account the volatility of the day's action for a stock, the high and low, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a smart stop. So in theory, what it means is that if you took the trade right here at 749, there's your stop, okay? It's a guide. It doesn't, you have to follow it exactly, of course, but it is a guide, and there's no... It's just going to be automatically generated. So every time you click on an alert, if you took the trade right at the price of the alert, a smart stop is generated. The profit target, no biggie. It's just double the difference between 747 if I took the trade and what is that 730, say 730, so that would be 17 cents away. So the profit target would be 34 cents above the current price. It's just double. Okay? And the swing exit is just the 20-day low. These are just guides. Okay? So I click on GDYN as an example. Here's the price right there, 1927. It's saying that if you took this trade right here, there could be your smart stop right down there, 1872. It was generated by the system. Okay? If you wanted to use them, yes, you'd have to put those in manually. Yes. But again, first of all, if you're getting new to trading, I mean, you shouldn't be in so many trades at the same time. So yeah, you'd have to sign if you truly wanted to use the Smart Stop. I mean, it's a guide. I'm not saying, for instance, if I were going to get into this GDYN trade, I mean, I wouldn't have my stop down here at 1874. It would probably be, more like at 19, the low of that candle in this area here, as an example. So I mean, I look at the Smart Stop. Yeah, okay. Sometimes it makes sense to me. Sometimes it just doesn't. So. Well, when you say showing a new high of 313, I don't know what you're looking at. I mean, I don't. I mean, if I had, for instance, right here. I mean, remember now, this is only going to be this is only going to show the first time of the alert. So at 9:38 was 274, but I'm showing new highs all the way up. 313, 314, 320. I'm showing them all up here. This is in the repeat version. This is a don't repeat. So I'm not sure what you're. When you say it shows a new high at 313, and you're talking 812, that must be, yeah, so that's got to be West Coast time, right? So there it is, but I'm showing new alerts all the way up. Yeah, I have no idea, but I mean, I can't, it must be something in your scan that's stopping it because look right here. Do you have it on maybe not a delay, but a don't repeat for a minute or something like that? That is not correct, Mark. This scan, there are some similarities, but this one no, this is a heavily revised one, okay? So it's not the same as that is in the channel bar. The ones that are in the channel bar are created by different traders, all right? So I actually did create it way back when, and that's why it's called, let me just see, is it here? Yeah, so they've even renamed it all. So you're talking about this scanner here, the options in the channel bar? Yeah, it's very different. Okay, so this is something that I created a long time ago, and this option plays right there. You notice there are 6 strategies. Okay, moving higher with unusually strong options, 300%, lower 300%, higher and all the way down. Okay, so I took one of these, okay, and I split it out of it, and I created this one, and I'm sharing it. So what I did was I said, okay, I kept the 300% of normal, but I upped the number of contracts. I put the current volume is at least 3. I made it tougher for stocks to appear, and that's what I wanted to do. Because if you looked at the one that's in the channel bar, I think the number of contracts is like 200 contracts or 500. things like that. So, and the volume might have been lower. So I just took that, I broke it out. But this is available from my homepage. This one right here is available from my homepage. Okay, right here. So click on my homepage tab, click on the link. And then the scans section. And right here, moving higher with unusually strong options. I just broke one of them out. And I've been looking at that now for several months. And it's been giving us great alerts. Does that make sense? So, guys, we're talking about ride. Man, is that right? Investigation. Whoa. And this has been halted on the way down. No, I don't think there are any shorts available for me. No, yeah, there are actually. And WKHS, yes, fell down in sympathy with Lordstown. So what are the rest of them doing? How about CCIV? Not really. I mean, it's down, but I don't. But it's not. It's not. It's not down now. I mean, it's not those big red bars that Ride is experiencing right now. Keep an eye on CCIV though. I mean, it might in sympathy drop also. It's and a resumption of Ride on the way down. A little bit of a pop here. All right, come on. Little move on based on that red bar ignored. Somebody asked me earlier, what gets me into a trade? You know, a lot of different things, of course, but that red bar ignored right there, that got me really interested in the ISEE. Okay, so can't tell you to take the trades, guys. Well, see, I talk about them, okay? I talk about a setup. If it makes sense to you, your trading plan, whatever. I said, look, we had that alert right there. I saw the red bar ignored. I said, guys, this is really interesting. This is something that, and I said, okay, let's see where it goes, because which means I was in the trade. I got to be careful, okay? I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot start telling people what trades to take. You know, you have to listen. If you listen to me and others in the room, I mean, there's great traders in this trading room, okay? But, you know, I have to be awfully careful. I'm not going to say, okay, guys, I'm in this and you should be too. There's a lot of crackdown on all that stuff, and rightly so. So I just have to be awfully careful of what I say in a trading room. Look at Alf, guys. This has been, yes, just as I was Alf again. Look at Alf. Now, awfully choppy. I mean, look at this big topping tail. That's that first 15-minute candle all the way back down. Now it's trying again. Very, very choppy. Why? Look at that float. 3.8 million in the float. Brian, on that particular one, that was I think it was a 5-minute time frame for IC. Yeah, it was right there. So, I mean, I get the alert. I see the alert. I see the alert. Okay. I start looking at what's happening on the higher time frames, where it could go. I'm thinking, okay, 8 is a possibility. So, you know, from 740, that's not, or 749, that's not terrible. And then I look quickly and I see this red bar ignored. So I say, okay, this looks like that's interesting then. It gets more and more interesting. So I take it. It doesn't work, but you know, right now. But I'm not at this point. I mean, the way the market is. I mean, so looking left on this weekly chart for IC, this is what we see. $8 could easily stall it. But understand, I can't say to you, okay, guys, this is what I'm saying. You should take IC. If you're listening to me, you hear what I'm saying, you might say, okay, I understand what he's looking at. Yeah, okay, that looks good. I'll take it. I mean, there's very few. Remember, now, look at this window here. There's only four alerts all day long that meeting the filter requirements that made a new high for the day. I mean, that's really, really low. And on the downside, only 4. And that's a very, very low. But the other thing is, you know, you look left again. Look what happened after hours yesterday. You know, there was some enthusiasm. Got all the way up to 8. I really don't think it's going to take out 8 today. I mean, listen, if it does, look out. But I don't think it is. So, you know, when I'm looking at this, you know, I'm taking profit. But that's the other thing is I don't want to say, okay, I'm taking some off, guys. The reason I don't want to say that is because, you know, I have a certain style. I always like to take some profit, you know, to ensure I get some profit on a trade. You know, and I don't want everybody to do the same thing necessarily because look what you're leaving on the table. So I want to tell people, okay, I'm taking profit, therefore you should. You have to have a plan of how you're going to handle a trade once you get in it. Don't rely on anybody else. Again, look how whippy that alpha is. I mean, I just have to stay away from that. I mean, I just can't trade something like this. You know, I mean, all these topping tails, bottoming tails, total indecision. You know, you might get lucky, but you know, there's your float, 3.8 million in the float. If you're unfamiliar with what the float's all about, that's the number of shares available for trading. All right, I consider anything under 20 million as a low float situation. That's basically the supply of stock. So something that with 3.8, that's very, very low. And all of a sudden, but if there's demand for whatever reason, so low supply, high demand, this is why you can get these. Now, this is not an insane move. This had some insane moves, 200-300%. But you've got to be awfully careful, because as quickly as that went up, it has dropped $1 just like that. So you've got to be very, very quickly. And then you'll hear us talk about trading the float. So look at this, 3.8 million. It's already traded 6 million. So this is almost traded the float twice. I mean, 7.8, 6 obviously would be twice, but this will easily trade the float probably, I don't know, well, at least twice today, maybe 3 times today. Float turnover. Now, if you start looking for news on it, you won't find any. So why is it doing it? Traders are, because of what it did before, I can't remember if there was even any, there must have been some news, I guess, how it got rolling earlier, but traders are just looking at, how volatile something like this can be, and traders will pile into things like that. All right, guys, I am just going to confirm that it's Andy in the room today, taking over for me, YouTube. So just give me a moment here. Well, maybe a breakout to the downside. Maybe that's what he's meaning. Real. I'm looking at Alec right here. A breakdown. Can you explain the above, below on the price alert you create? So, are you talking about this window here? These windows here? You're not talking about creating a price alert on the chart. What are you talking about? Okay, you created a trigger price alert. Okay, so you mean on the chart? So you right click, create a price alert, done. There it is. Is that what you mean? So there's a blue line. So if Alf hit this, you'll get your price alert window will pop up on your screen. This blue line will turn green. Is that what you mean? So what is there really to explain then? Or is that the explanation? So if I go IC, let's do IC, okay? So if I put a price alert right here, 782, oops, 781, and I put a price alert just underneath it. I hope it triggers, because you're going to see what's going to happen. Oh, you mean in the price alert window? You mean in the price alert window itself? Come on, trigger. There we go. Okay, well, I mean, this is just telling me I'm 2 cents away from the price alert. Okay, the current price is 7.79. The alert price was 7.81. I'm 2 cents away. So, I mean, it's just telling you how far you are above or below. This is just, okay? I mean, that's all that's telling you. Oh, okay. How far you are from the target? Well, that's what this is telling me right here. So I am $4.42 away from my alert price. Okay, for WKHS. For whatever reason, I put an alert up here, 1869. There's the current price. So that's just telling me how far away I am. So it's a good exercise to go through, because a lot of times you'll put a lot of price alerts in, and if you're so far away from the target, it may not mean anything anymore. Like, do you really still want to be alerted to something when you're that far away? Because for all the reasons why I may have put an 1869 price target in, it may have been, looking at an area on the chart where I thought it could break. But now, when I look at it's really falling. So is that so relevant anymore? So the whole idea, yeah, you can have 500 price alerts, okay, up to, but you should go through them and start eliminating ones that don't make sense anymore. No. It'll never alert you when you're in the vicinity. It has to hit the target price. It has to hit the price to get the alert. This is just telling you how far you are away. Okay? It has to hit the target price before you'll get the alert. All that other one is telling you is how far are you away from it. Well, let's just see if this. I think it's going to stall at 8. It may not. That is the next high looking left, 798. Real has a fib of 802, which is close enough. So let's just see what happens. Now, listen. If it takes this out, look out. Now you look left. What do you see? 874 on the monthly chart. Okay, that is the next area that it could get to. No, I do not trade many stocks at the same time. I'm rarely in more than 2 at a time. Yeah, okay, so Andy is in the room. Yeah, you see, okay, what happened is, now what I do is I always, I sort on the triggered column, so I'm always going to see the last one. So this is our price alerts are great, guys. Now, it's just price alert on the way down. So what did I say? I really did not think it would get through 8. Okay, so if you know my trading style, you know that I'm always wary of a whole number. And even Real had that fib at 802. So, I took some out earlier. I've taken some, I'm out most of this trade. Now, if it takes out 8 later on, I may get back in. But I'm out most of the trade. But what you can do here, you use our price alerts window and you minimize it. So when you get an alert, the window will pop right up on your screen. So you cannot miss the price alert. You can put a sound alert on it. I put a sound alert on it because sometimes I wander away from my computer. I've got a wireless headset. So if I hear that sound alert, that unique sound alert I'm using for my price alerts, I can come racing back wherever I am to see what happened. Okay? All right, here is a video for you. Okay, Mr. Free. So there is a link to 2 videos. The first video shows you how you can connect your Interactive Brokers account to this Brokers Plus window, okay? All right, guys. What time is it? 11:52. Just give me a moment here. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I'm now back. New version, it's not out yet. I don't know when it's going to be out. Okay, sorry, the new version. I don't know when. I was hoping today, but if it's not on the website, then it's not out yet. I would hope next week, but no promises. I'm not really sure what the holdup is, to be honest. Sonny, I thought you asked that question yesterday. These are just previous AI, or maybe somebody else. These are just previous AI alerts, that's all. Okay, they're just going to show up automatically. Just previous AI alerts. Holly alerts, okay? Just showing you, okay, on this day here. The entry was 275. It exited at 355 for an 80-cent profit, okay, on October 30th. That's all that's... Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was you. Somebody else asked that same question. All right, guys, I just want to get my announcement in. Taking my break pretty soon. Just waiting for Andy to show up. And before I go, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there while I'm on my break. Yeah, but I'm going to be on my break, so yeah, this is probably turning into a great short now for IC. Well, up here it was. And so what Real is talking about, 760s is fib line, 749 down here, and then, so I'd be looking at this and I'd be thinking, okay, where could it go before it hits some resistance or support? Maybe 746. Look at the 2-minute chart right there. Now, and right down, way down here, of course, but doesn't mean it's going to get down there. All right, guys. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up, and then I can take off for a bit. And again, for those of you who don't know, the markets are closed on Monday. Okay, 4th of July holiday in the United States of America. Okay. In case you're over in Europe somewhere, not realizing that, so the markets are closed on Monday. Which means that this afternoon, I mean, it's been, for me anyway, it's been pretty slow, but it could really slow down. And again, just witness the lack of alerts here, right there, only 3 all day, and only 4 here on the upside and 4 on the downside. I mean, that's really, really light. Even the momentum ups, I mean, there's hardly anything.
Hello, traders. Siri, how are you doing, buddy? Hey, Kev, how are you? Hey, Johnny. Johnny Trades. I like that. All right, guys. Looks like everything is working properly. My name is Andy. This is the support webinar. So, guys, if anybody's out there has any questions about the software, fire away. I've been doing a remote session for the last hour or so, and my brain is kind of fried right now trying to figure out something for somebody. But anyway, welcome aboard. Once again, this is a support webinar designed basically to help anybody that may have any questions about the software, maybe a configuration issue.
Wow.
Uh-oh, I hear Barry's option volume screaming wow at me. Hold on, let me see. Ooh, nice move there. Let me turn off that audio. Ooh, okay. I like the odds. Can you share it? Sure, I can. Let's pull it up. Kind of go over it. It's a nice little alert window. I think I designed this for somebody who was wanting to see strong stocks that were pulling back, and instead of just buying the pullback as the stock is coming down, you kind of wait for it to make a 15-minute high on somewhat decent volume. Let's see if this is a good example here. Yeah, that would be a stock definitely pulled back from highs to hit a 15-minute high. Let's look at today, see if there's any more good examples out there. There was a beautiful one right there. Got triggered, have to sit in a little bit of a pullback there, but then got about $1 out of it. Another good one. Dang, I'm going to have to start paying attention to this thing. That one did not work. That one's flat. I think we already looked at that one. Wave pretty much flat where it sits. So anyway, the configuration, and I think it's always good to look at the configuration because, hey Aja, hey Mike C, how are you guys doing? The signal is a 15-minute high. Okay, volume today. I switched this, kind of went with Barry's parameter on this versus using an average daily volume. Has to do at least 350,000 shares. It's pretty easy. The stock has to be up at least 2% on the day, but the position in range, that is the key one right there, is because the range has to be a minimum of 60% and a max of 85. So we know it's not close to highs right now, so that could definitely give you possibly a head start before it heads back to highs. So yeah, a nice little window. Let me put it back on real time here and share it. As a matter of fact, I've got enough of these. I better not keep saving and sharing. I got so much in my cloud. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just share from here. And here you go, Asiri. I like the odds. We'll leave it up, see if anything else comes through. Let's see. Another question. All right, looks like we're all caught up. All right. Strong market today in the SPYs and the Qs. IWM, not so much. So, not very strong breath today, which is, I don't know. It's kind of, it's always disconcerting to me when you have, just small caps, selling off and then big stocks going up. Could be looking at maybe breaking down what kind of economy we may be looking at in the future. But still very, very interesting stuff. We talk about it all the time. It's not a market where the tide rises all boats, that's for sure. Can be frustrating when you're in some stocks. Like myself today, I'm in this POW, have been for a while. Made some decent money on it, been scalping it out, but not bad. It's still hanging on the daily. I notice it's kind of following the Swabi and the Ruger, which both sold off pretty hard today. Obviously, same industry there, a little bit different, making the ammunition versus the guns, but I'm surprised it sold off more. It did not have the run-up, the percentage run-up like the other ones had, so we'll see if it can't dig in here and build on that. But yeah, it can be frustrating when you're not in the right stocks. Right stocks today would be Apple would be a good one, up 1.3%. Just not as sexy as some of these ones where you can get a. Put this over here for now. Well, and you look at your top sectors over here, and you see silver and GDX at the top. Not a whole lot happening. I did see Cliff. I almost took that today, and yeah, it's kind of setting up nicely. Just no real volume, but a nice little pattern there. One I kind of have my eye on, but boy, like to see the sector, do better as well. So take a look at the leader, which is Nucor, kind of just slopping around doing nothing. X is in no man's land, actually below some key moving averages. But I tell you, if that sector gets hot, you know, the steel, iron ore, etc., this is going to be the first one I run to for sure. I love the way that one's holding up. All right. Anything could happen as a long trader. I typically stay away from Friday before. Yeah, that's true. I'm in very little stuff right now. As a matter of fact, I think I only have two positions, POW, and I'm probably going to get stopped out of this. What is it? Open. Yep, I like that setup the way it was happening the other day, but not working. So gonna probably be stomped out once it takes out this low going back over here. I think it's set up around there somewhere, around 60. Just gotta let it go. If they don't work, you let them go. I had a good entry right around that same price. I mean, not maybe around 17, but then I added the other day because I thought it was gonna go on this day. Boom. So hopefully it digs in here and doesn't get me. But yeah, the pattern has changed. It's falling now below the moving average. I like to, if you're trade, you know, I try not to get out intraday and wait for the close of the candle because it could very easily, see this all the time, pop back up and close above them. But sometimes you got to draw a line in the sand, you know, when you're wrong. I figure if it gets down to the 60 area, probably not going to bounce anyway. So just have to take my hickey on that one. Oh no, I've been in PAL. I actually started buying PAL when Swabi had earnings. This is when I bought PAL. When Swabi had earnings back over here. And I think, yeah, on this day right here, which would have been this is the way I used to trade a lot back in the day when I was a day trader. I would, look for sympathy plays. And when Swabi had earnings, I keep calling it Swabi. We nickname these things. When they had earnings, this would have been on 618. This is when I started buying PAL right here. And I got a really good price. I think I bought it at 753 on this day right here. Scalped out some. I love the story. Did hold some into earnings. Okay, it actually bought some more on the morning of earnings, right around 9, and then it got up to sold some at 10.28 on this day, near highs. Then yesterday I bought back into more at around 9.40 on this pullback, but so I'm a little bit underwater on that one. Overall, I've done very well, but I'm in again, probably average. Let's see what I bought some more. It's hard to say. This is one of those trades where I'm maintaining a core position. So when I scalp out of some and get back in, it's really hard for me to give you an average because I've been in and out of several shares over this whole time frame. But I've been maintaining my core position. So as long as it closes above this fast line, I'm going to keep it. This 10-period moving average. If I wasn't in it, yeah, I'd be very tempted to buy it down here. Because especially if you can get it close to this moving average. Look what happened on this day when it touched it. Boom, right back up. But I will say this. I noticed, it's trading with these two today. So if these start bouncing, excuse me, get a drink of water. There's a good chance that PAL will bounce as well. And you can see this Swabi is bouncing right off its 10-period moving average. Let's see if this came through I'll take that, thank you. I think I may have it up somewhere. Hold on. Nope. That looks like something that should have triggered. And if it didn't, I'm going to go and find out why. There it is right there. Look at that. 31.28, guys. That's showing you where my signal went off. So This can come in really, really handy. And if you've joined us lately, you might not be that familiar with this. I'll take that. Thank you. Let's take a look at the configuration. It's a new low. Okay, so you're basically, it's contrarian play for the day. Okay, has to be down at least 1%. Okay, now I have changed from the 8-day SMA. Okay, you can use a 10-day if you want to. I think I created this before we had the 10-day option, so but this works fine. Change in 20 days. See, it has to be up at least 10% in 20 days. So here's my logic on that, okay? If it's selling off today after being up at least 10% in the last 20 days, there's a very good chance at one time this thing was up possibly 15 or 20% up, and Swabi was, in the last 20 days. But now you're getting a big pullback, and it's bouncing off that 10-period moving average. So Steve jumping in and out. Oh, okay, yeah, he's jumping in and out like me. But let's take a look. Yeah, this can be a very good. Now a lot of small caps are going to be in here, guys. So you need to understand what the small caps are doing. But let's take a look and see. This one right here is pretty much trading 42.79, a little bit higher. You had to withstand. A lot of times these things will go well through it, so you got to be careful when you buy these. Sol's kind of not doing anything. I've tried that one a couple of times. Take a look at this. I know was a pretty decent alert. 914 did bleed down another 10 cents lower, but now it's getting a nice bounce. It's a nice looking daily chart if you don't mind playing surgical and medical instruments. This one scares me. Anytime I see a gap down like that, sometimes they take a long time to come out of their range. Very strong chart. See, they don't have to come down, real far as long as they're up at least 10% over the last 20 days. There's a great example of one that obviously did not get clobbered, and you got the alert. But here's the thing. This thing, I kind of put it in the cupboard for a bit because it wasn't performing as well as it did, in the, let's say, before the first of the year. This thing used to be money, but you got to be careful, That's a great looking chart for me. Close to all-time highs, pulling back, nice little coordinated pullback, tagging the 10-period moving average. And look how long it's been holding this moving average, just every time it gets down close to it, it just bounces right back up. We'll see if it does the same thing again. Very powerful chart there. Makes me a little bit nervous. It may have got ahead of itself, but nonetheless, strong. Good little call right there at 13.22 up to 13. Look at that. Just tagged it perfect, just like it did on this day. I actually talked about this in my webinar yesterday. Yes, Ken, I'll definitely share that with you. I'm finding out this is not a market to chase highs in. I like to look for these pullback moves, and this can be a great little tool to help you find those ones that are, pulling back. Get a lot of shenanigans going on, people trying to flush out the weekends, and you're down there scooping it up on the 10-period moving average. Yeah, let me share this with you. I love contrarian alerts. The thing about this is you don't have to give this a big if I'm playing this alert, I'm not going to probably give it 3% to the downside like I would a normal, maybe a swing trade, because okay, you're buying weakness. Okay, so you're buying a stock that may be down 2.5% on the day already. Okay, so not only that, you're buying it off a indicator where it should bounce if it's going to continue with its strength. So if it doesn't, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm quick to cut these. In other words, so I may only give it 1% to the downside. And let me share. Didn't already share. Let me copy. All right, let's see if I missed any questions. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting scanner. And boy, there was one time. Well, let's back test it now. But there was one time this really back tested well. Let's try it again. I mean, lately I've noticed, whoa, this thing's not working as well as it used to. But maybe we can try. Okay, I got it set up for an all-day hold, but let's go ahead and do this on a swing trading hold for maybe 3 days. Risk management, like I said, we're going to keep it tight. We'll go 1.5% because you're buying, like I said, you're buying weakness, anticipating that it should bounce at a key indicator. So, okay, so you do not want to let this go too far, below. But a lot of these ones are going to be, since they're up 20% or maybe at least 10% over the last 20 days, you kind of got to take that into consideration. You're going to have a lot of small caps in here that move, so maybe we'll tweak it a bit, but let's just go ahead and see what's happening in here. Let's do the whole gauntlet here. 64 days. Make sure I got the risk management. No profit target. We're just going to let it run on the time. And this used, like I said, this used to test really well. But the last time I done it, which has been a while, but looks like the win rate's not going to be all that great, but maybe the profit factor will be okay. And, there you have it. It's not a good win rate at all. Now, your average winner versus average loser is great. That's almost a 3-to-1, say 2.5-to-1. So great average winner versus average loser. But let's try one thing here. And I will share that one from yesterday, the webinar for you. Let's try this real quick. Just tweak it just a little bit and give it a 2%. That may be a little bit tight as I think about, gosh, what am I doing? I'm in the configuration. Let's go ahead and give it a 2% and see what happens here. See if we can increase that winning percentage a little more. Obviously, it's going to get a little better because, but I don't know how much. Yeah, clearly not much. And then, of course, your average loser is going to creep up because you have a 2% in there now. So, yeah, this is, I think it's great for maybe finding stuff that you can eyeball and look. But, yeah, this is not something I'd want to auto trade right now. Just not, the profit factor is not high enough. The winning percentage is not all that great. But great one for eyeballing, charts. You could always kind of not just jump in front of the freight train going down and maybe wait for a turnaround. Yesterday this is very similar to this one, except you don't have to have. As a matter of fact, I have this is a tight range one. This come to me, baby, and let's just load it. Very similar, that it has to be hitting the 10-period moving average. But these are going to be, tighter. JD, look at them right there off the 10. So it's going to be very similar in nature. You just don't have to have the 10% up in 20 days. You're going to see a lot of tight ranges in this. I think we saw that one as well in the other one. Yeah, there you go, a tight range once again. Went yesterday, tagged that 10-period moving average, and did it again today. Look at that signal. Leslie's Pool. I do some business with them. Oh, this one's pretty much right at that. So I'll definitely share this one. Kind of the same concept. It just doesn't have. It's more of a tighter range. Looking for things that may be kind of going sideways and just pulling back. All right. IWM trying to go back to lows, so definitely some bifurcation in the large caps and small caps for sure. Hey David, how are you, buddy? When using a percentage stop gain, price range will dictate if using 3% stop. Yeah, David, when I always use a percentage versus a dollar. I think that's wise, and the reason being is because it's more relative to the price of the stock. Okay, so in other words, a 5% move, or let's say you're using dollars. Let's say you're using 50 cents. A 50-cent move in a $5 stock is a much larger percentage than a 50-cent move in a $100 stock. So I think you're wise by doing that. I always recommend using percentages unless you only play like penny stocks or something like that. If you're only playing stocks below $5, then maybe you can use a dollar increment. But I much prefer percentages. Yeah, David, you hit it right there. As I was talking about it, I just looked down there and see you were saying the same thing. You are correct. Yeah, there has been a heat wave all over. It's not just Texas. I notice. Actually, I think we're having a kind of a mild summer. We haven't gotten anywhere near 100, and for going into July 4th weekend, if you hadn't hit 100 yet in Texas, you're thankful. Lots of rain. Gosh, I cannot believe how green it is. It's going to be a green summer. It's just, we're getting more rain today. It's been raining all morning. It's crazy for this time of year. Okay, NASCAR says bond is starting to grind. Yeah. Looks like a new issue. Like to see it not wick. I mean, you've got a lot of topping tails right here and closing lower. Like to see one day where it kind of closes near highs, but you might get a all-time high, we'll call it, even though it's only been trading for 7 days. All right, thinking about getting trade ideas, but looks so intimidating. How was your first experience with the software? User-friendly. Very good question, Rudy. The thing about it is, right when you open it up out of the box, we say box, but you download it, you're gonna find out there's gonna be tons of stuff to use, especially since now we're gonna be introducing. I was hoping it's gonna come out today, guys. I feel bad, but there's I think one bug that we really need to fix before to launch this, but it's coming real soon. But anyway, you're going to have these docks, these docking channels, which is going to be, it's what I've been doing like the last 2 weeks. I've been rebuilding all of our channels. So immediately when you pull this out of the box, you're going to be able to see things like this. Let's go to my channel, and let's say you want to let's see, I want to do stock surging. Okay, so you're going to be able to go to this channel bar now and see some really good, easy to read layouts. Where they're going to be. If you go into them now, you're going to see a lot of your charts all wacky. The intraday chart's going to be a lot smaller. It's just not going to. This is going to be much larger than our old layouts that you had in our channels. Easier to read with trying to group the windows together, with always having the charts together, and every one of them is going to have a single stock window. And not only that, it's going to be standardized. In other words, the single stock window are all going to look the same. So you will be able to, immediately, find some interesting data points, and it's going to be the same in all. Let me pull up another one real quick. I've redone the swing channel and added some new windows to it. Revenue growth fishing, I just wanted to throw that in there because this is one where I find a lot of really good calls in it. Squeeze break is a nice one. It's going to have a short interest and pullback bar reversal. This is the same as my got so much. Let me close out some of these. Now the pullback above 50 SMA Pro, you can see that AVXL, and what this looks for is, look at that, this thing can get back above this high. Now it triggered because it took out yesterday's high. This is definitely one I'm going to mark up here just in case it does go through. But everything's going to be really neat for you, and you're going to have probably 30 channels that you can immediately pull up, Rudy, where you can get some really good windows. And then you can just kind of take your time familiarizing yourself with the software. I mean, it is very powerful. There's a lot you can do with it, and to dive into everything that it has, yeah, it may take you a couple of months, but that doesn't mean you can't get instant gratification because there's lots of pre-configured channels that you're going to be able to go to and to pretty much fit whatever style you like to trade. Let's say you like penny stocks. Penny movers. I want to change this to penny lover, though. So you got a multi-strategy in here. I built this one a while back, extreme volume, high-low pissant. So you can catch the stocks that, maybe have volume coming in it and trying to break out of ranges. It gives you the, this is just most up in the last 5 days. And I think this is this is 5 minutes. One that is most up in the last 5 minutes. Nice move there. Jeez. Well, if you caught that one, you doubled your money. Yes, Johnny Trades hits the nail on the head there. Software can be as simple or complicated as you basically want it to be. Complicated, yeah. But it's very intuitive. Once you get to messing around with it and building your own windows, you'll find out that it's very intuitive. Let's take it over I'm gonna squeeze this in. So anyway, I think you guys are gonna really love the ETF. Energy. I'm not sure why I got a lot of those. We did some, Michael Nost ran some data on all of our channels, and This seems to be a very popular one, the Momo channel, and I built this a while back. And because I think it has extreme master blaster, okay, if you are a momentum trader, this can be a very good window because it has 5 strategies broken down into some nice little different segments. Extreme volume above 10. We have extreme volume $2 to $10. We got low float. Got low float stuff in there, and we got all-time highs and 52-week highs. So you can immediately look here and see that this TPX is on an all-time high. And you probably would have been getting this alert yesterday around the 40 range. Then we have a low float winners over here for those that like to play low float. And I did stick a price alert. In other words, if you want to mark up stuff while you're looking at these, you can set some price alerts in there. You're welcome, Rudy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to immediately. Look at this one just not coming through here. Probably got this one around the $3.40 range. Yes, Johnny. Yeah, I know what you meant, and that really is not the wrong adjective to use. It can be complicated when you first open it up for the new people, but just want you to know that there's in the channel bar. Yeah, you're going to be able to find a lot of themes in there, a lot of swing trading, Momo trading. And I'm thinking I'm going to build a channel for. Instead of just giving you things that are hitting highs on big volume, and a lot of people don't want to chase stuff. Maybe put something in there like I like the odds. Maybe the stocks that are setting up good, but not at highs yet. I think that would be a great channel for people. So I think I'm going to work on that. I'm still finishing up a few of the ones. We're going to be taking some out, guys, but we are going to have a repository. In other words, you'll be able to go, if you do like some of the other ones. I'm not going to go through them, but we'll be taking a few out, but we will have a place where you can go and get the cloud link should you wish to continue to look at those. We just have, we have like 40-something in here. It's just too many. And we noticed that a lot of people weren't looking at the sector the sector channels like defense, banks, energy. So we'll probably put those in the repository so you guys can still have access to it, but it won't be a channel. All right, let's see if I got all my questions. I think so. Great stuff. SPY's continuing to go to highs. Check my positions real quick. Come on, pal. You're probably just going to close and sit down there. Oh, come on, open. You're going to dig back up and reclaim those moving averages. Ask Michael if you can create a custom for the score change intraday. Yeah, interesting concept, Aja. Let's see. Well, yeah, I haven't thought about that. That's interesting. I created that score, but yeah, I see what you're saying. So if yeah, that may be that's a good question. Let me see if he's around. I'll ask him right now. Chris McKay may know too. Barry may know too. Ask him too. Nope. Michael says nope. Yeah, it's just something that it just can be only be calculated at the current price. But I like your thinking. I know exactly where you're going with that. That would be a nice little tool to have. Yeah, Mike C's got a good point there. Talking to you, Rudy. The Extreme Master Blaster Scanner, just to watch, you can look at, and that's what you do. You if once you are able to understand, charts, and you may be very good at reading candlestick charts, but you're not going to miss much in this Extreme Master Blaster. Pretty much all the things that come through here are going to come through in the Master Blaster. Now, you're going to get a lot more alerts in here. This is looking for stocks that are a little bit, the parameters set for 1 minute and 5 minute volume are greater. And also, I have some ranges in there. Not only does it have to be hitting a 10-day high, it has to be close to hitting a 20-day high as well. So you're going to get a lot fewer. I'd like to focus on this one a little bit more just because it's going to have thicker stocks in there, and I'm going to get a lot less. But Mike C's right, man. You're not going to miss anything in here, and it's all about understanding charts. And now you got to be careful with some of this stuff like this neg low float 3 million shares. So always keep an eye on your single stock window. I don't think I have the float in here, but yeah, you're not going to miss much in this thing, that's for sure. Like this PHX on this is one where I would consider it's a 52-week high there, and you got an all-time high up here. Looks like maybe around 5. No, look at the position in lifetime range. All-time high must be way low. But nonetheless, it's hitting a 52-week high there, and not a whole lot to stop it from going to the $5 level. So if I were trading and looking at this Extreme Master Blaster, this would definitely get my attention. I don't trade a whole lot of stocks under $5, but pretty decent volume, not incredible. But anytime I see a pattern like that breaking out to a 52-week high, that's the kind of stuff you look for. I would rather see more volume, but still enough. Married up with the technicals there, it's enough to probably venture in. My gosh, this is going to... Of course, it looks like a big move. It's only up 0.5% today, but still impressive after the run it's had in the SPYs. And IWM continues to flounder. Kev, this guy's always thinking. You're referring to Mike C? See, here's a Beautiful little chart that you would have seen this TPX. I remember it coming through. This would have been coming through yesterday as well. This is why I tell a lot of people, just because it's a momentum alert doesn't mean it's not a good swing trader. Nice little breakout there, of the 40 range on decent volume. Seeing continuation today, and it's at all-time highs now. Nice little lovely chart there. IC was another one that was probably coming through here yesterday. I have to go back and look, but all right, guys, got about 15 more minutes. Looks like the market wants to go out with a bang heading into the 4th of July weekend. Take a look at the Qs, and obviously they're pretty much looking the same way. It's still crazy to see the markets like this and still see in my sector analysis silver and the gold miners at the top, followed by SLX, semis, which tried to start off strong. It's just a wacky market, man. I started believing a long time ago. If any of you guys can put the numbers together, I'm not sure how it's even measured anymore. But it doesn't seem to me like there's a correlation between the indices anymore and the stocks. I know there's just weightings, and I'm probably not thinking right. But, man, for some time now, for years, I've been thinking, man, this stuff doesn't add up anymore. And I know it's just, just a weighting, how much you weight stocks. Even S&P, the top weighted stocks are like Apple, Microsoft, and they got like 3 stocks that account for, I don't know, I have to go look. It seems like about 10 or 15%. I can't remember, but just feels weird these days. Feel like the correlation is broken. Yes. yes. Aja, yeah, he's always got creative ideas. And Mike C is always thinking. If you're signed up for webinars, you should get a window. I can't generate a link for that. It's something that has to be emailed to you. I just can't. I can't generate. You may send a email to info@trade-ideas.com, and we'll try to get you that. Yeah, it's not something I can generate. It has to be done like in our back office. I don't have access to that feature, but just send an email there, and we'll get you. We'll get you a link. Scott, the guy who usually handles all that, I believe he's out of town, and I know we recorded it, but I just don't know if he had any time yesterday to render it and upload it. But Yeah, it could be because I know Scott was not at the webinar yesterday, so he probably took off early. We recorded it, and Jamie sent it to him. Uh, I apologize if we don't have access to that, but unfortunately, it may be not available until and probably Tuesday. But if we can't get it to you, we will. If you just send that email there, maybe Jamie has it or something. Yeah, they're usually posted the following day on the channels, but you can try going to our YouTube channel, but I don't know if that one got in there. To be honest with you, because Scott, the guy who usually does that, he was taking today off, so apologize if it's not up yet. Yeah, it wouldn't be a cloud link, Mike. I think you're right there. The YouTube's funny about what they let you, what links they let you throw in there. They don't want to, I don't know, be responsible for corrupt links and things like that. But yeah, usually we just upload the whole video so you can just watch it in there. So yeah, it won't be a cloud link for the video. It'll just be a regular. I'm not sure how it's done. You upload the whole video. When Steve and I had Today Trader, I let him do all that stuff. We used to have a pretty big YouTube page. We ended up selling it. I'm regretting it. All right, guys, got about another 10 minutes. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, but he's not asking Mike for CloudLink or a scanner. He's asking for a video, right? I don't have access to that video. That's what you're saying. What you're referring to, Kev? Be glad you sold when you did, Andy. What are we talking about? Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. Oh, let's see. We had about, oh, geez, I think we had about close to 7,000 subscribers. But a lot of that was day trading stuff, and then we got into swing trading. Then we got into distressed asset, non-performing mortgage notes. That was an interesting ride. Yeah, I love playing around with fireworks, but It's hard to find any place to pop them these days, man. It's like everywhere you go, there's laws. Got to go way out in the country, even in Texas. Oh yeah, remember a story about content creation? That was. We did have a lot of content on there, and we lots of videos. I probably should hit the guy up. I don't think he's doing much with it at all. I could probably buy it back a lot cheaper than what I sold what I sold it to him for, or we sold it to him for. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Good point, Kev. Was nice moving that one. Take a look at some of these sectors. All right. Attaboy, Rudy. Congratulations. You're getting at it. Make sure you use the 25% discount, right? Hey, Mike C., you too. You're welcome. And yeah, you have a great 4th. Yeah, that's the thing to do, Rudy. You can the servers obviously there won't be any live data, but you will have access to all of our servers are 24/7, so you can play around with it, and you can always go do history to see what was coming through and things like that. I do that all the time. Start playing around with it. I was one of the very first users of the software. Steve actually had to jump on me. I think he was user number 3 and I was user number 40. So been using it for a very long time. And when I was day trading, if it ever went down, which it seldom goes down, and if it does, we usually have it back up in a few minutes. But for those few minutes it was down, boy, I didn't trade. I got to have my trade ideas. Yeah. This live chat is every day, Monday through Friday, at 12 Eastern time. So check it out. Play around with it all weekend, and then come back here. Just jot down any questions you might have, Rudy, and just come back in here on Tuesday. Obviously, we're closed Monday, but come back in here Tuesday, and if you have any questions, we'll help you out. Just lit his cigar. Mike C's getting ready for the weekend. Probably got a cold one in one hand, a cigar in the other. Looking out over his 50 acres on his back porch. Probably more than that. I don't know. You strike me as a country boy, Mike C. Am I wrong? You too, Aja. You have a good one. This is your best place, Rudy. All right, you come in here and any Monday through Friday from 12 to 1 Eastern time, and that's the chat. Now we do have our trading room. You want to get in that? That's Barry. You were probably already in it. And then that email that I dropped, info@trade-ideas.com. That's always a good place to send any questions. Oh, Mike's a city boy, huh? Got two blondes on each side. Okay, of course, Mike C. Seems like I remember, Mike, though, you told me you were chopping wood. That's why I may be thinking you were a country boy. You were chopping wood all day or something. City boys don't chop wood. AVXL alert. Yeah, that's the one I just set on that bar reversal there. Yeah, it's a biotech, looks like. Gary, you do the same. Oh, Gary, do you guys have access to the docking windows now? Did they release the beta? Oh, let's see. Yes, do have the honor of owning a chainsaw. Have the wood delivered though. Okay, oh, that's right. Some of you guys got it from probably Wednesday night. Brad gave it to some of you guys. Good. Yeah, still a bug we got to fix, but the rest of you guys will have it by Tuesday or Wednesday, I would think. Good. Sounds like a lot of you guys are looking at it, or getting it. From the webinar, from Wednesday night webinar. It's okay if you didn't get it, guys. I think there's still a little bug in there that you probably want to get worked out before. Otherwise, you're probably going to have to download it again. But no worries. It'll be coming. It'll be coming next week. Kevin, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's something that we can. Brad probably had only access to release that, so just hang on, man. It'll be, if you don't have it, guys, you'll have it. You'll have it real soon. All right, guys, I'm gonna call for Barry once again. You guys have a great 4th of July weekend. Go out and pop some fireworks, eat some hamburgers or steaks, whatever you're gonna eat, hot dogs. Thank you, Johnny. Beyond Meat, there you go. No, you won't find any Beyond Meat here. Betty Sue, you do the same. Thank you. Appreciate it. You too, Kev. And it looks like Barry is typing to me. I imagine he's going to shut down early today. All right, guys. We'll see you.
All right, guys. Andy is. I think I'm back. I think I'm back in the YouTube room. All right. So while you look at the spy, what a move! what a move on the SPY. So some of us shorted IC. I'm not in it anymore. That 760, that first fib, I was a little disappointed. I was hoping it would crack down through here and maybe get down to the 745 level, but it didn't happen. Maybe later on, I don't know. You hear me? Thank you, Mike. Okay. Meanwhile, Ride, after that pretty damning news right here, it's kind of settled down. Look at the 5-minute chart. He's kind of settled down. Well, as I say, I haven't had a new alert in an hour. So for those of you in YouTube, we were just pointing out the fact that look at the SPY volume today. Not that that matters so much about, a lot of things that we trade, of course, but look at the SPY volume. There it is on the daily candle. We have, 3 hours left, but I mean, it's just putrid. So not a lot happening. Witness only 5 alerts in my option scanner, and really I wouldn't call any of them really good because there was not a lot of room for them to move, except for the NEGG, but that is very scary. But the other ones, not a lot of room for them to move. So there was that. The basic new highs and lows, hardly anything. So it's just kind of indicative of the day. Meanwhile, okay, as I was just speaking about AGFY, there it goes. All right, well, wait a minute. Do we have a potential winner coming here? AGFY, what's the spread? Are they 15.8? What do these guys do again? This is, yeah, so this has to be cannabis, right? LED grow lights must be a cannabis play. Boy, the cannabis market, I mean, it's just deadly. What's MJ doing today? Nothing. Well, not nothing, down. What a terrible sector. Just an awful sector. Ouch, my eyes are burning. Adding to losing positions. Ouch. I kid you, William. Okay, is there any sort of news on this? AGFY? I don't see any specific news. Oh man, I wish I'd seen that. I wish I paid a little more attention to this because look at this. It's got all sorts of room. Look at the weekly chart for AGFY. Look at it. And then it's taken all of this out, and the next high is 1850. I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. I know it was here. Well, I didn't get it. Maybe some of you did, because it was beautiful on that weekly chart. Lots and lots of room. Yeah, still no shorts for Tat. This was one I really wanted to take a hard look at on the short side, but there's never been none available all day at IB. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Whoa, sorry, I got a big wow. Okay, we do have one. I think this is a SPAC though, right? FACQ. Let me just see. Yeah, this is a SPAC, guys. I'm a little leery of taking these sometimes, but let's keep an eye on it. I mean, there it goes. There it goes. But it could pop. It could come right back down. This is my experience with the SPACs when they show up on the option scanner, is that they have this big burst and then they come right back down. So just be very careful. I mean, I might be wrong this time, but let's see. What's the high right there? Looking left is 11.99 right there, and there are shorts available for this. No, he knows. He's just kidding. I thought I. Oh, I thought you were kidding. I thought you were kidding, John. Yeah, look at the profile. Blank check company formed. It's looking to acquire a company through a merger. Private company saves that private company from having to go through all the loopholes of an IPO, etc. So, but yeah, look it up. SPAC acronym. Yes. Well, this is well, maybe it'll. I keep thinking it's just going to drop. It's the high here. Just waiting on it, guys. I'm just waiting on it. Now, again, this is not advice. The high, the next high looking left is that 11.99, right? 11.99. So You got to be careful though. If you're going to do it, be careful. It's just that I've seen this over and over again. The option scanner, we get these SPACs that come in, and they have that like a big they have a big flame and then a flame out. I'm not saying it's going to happen this time, but just watching it, guys. I'm just wanting to make sure it doesn't pop through 12 on me. All right, guys, I'm out. I'm going to keep watching it. I took a small loss, a nickel loss on it, on the VACQ. And there's a red bar ignored now. I mean, I have to change my script on it. I mean, this is the first time I've seen this from a SPAC from the option scanner. Usually they just flame out. But again, 5-cent loss, 4-cent, whatever. Yeah, 5-cent loss, no big deal. The only worrying thing, well, I'm out of it now, so I don't have to worry so much, but there's a red bar ignored right there. So, I mean, there's your trend, the pause, and the continuation. So, I don't know. Maybe there's some news on it. I mean, I know they're probably, I know they're looking to take somebody over, but all right, just a minute, please. Well, I'll continue to watch this. I mean, I think if it takes out 12 again, I might have to hop back in it, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy on it, but all right. Well, we're getting close again to the 12 for VACQ. What would have been better is a couple of topping tails on the 15. There is one there, but it would have been nice to have a couple of topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Stop it. WTT. You know what is looking not bad again, guys, is IC. You know, we start seeing over $8. That might get us interested again, or get me interested in anyway, for IC. Well, moment of truth for VACQ. No more. Meanwhile, AGFY. Okay, Stephen, you posted that before we get you. Okay, you think the market's going to crash later. Okay. All right, guys. Watching to see if it takes out 12 again. That's the VACQ. It's a cat and mouse game at 12. I'm just waiting, guys. That's all I'm doing. I'm just waiting to see if it takes out 12 in a big way. And see if my initial premise was correct, that it'll just fall right back down. All right, well, it's at 12. Just waiting for that big break. We got a topping tail there. I wish we had two of them though, but we have one. Well, come on, move, do something. All right, well, I'm going to stick an alert at 12:16. You know, if it takes that out, if it gets back up, maybe it'll have that run. I'm just waiting. Which way? Which way? I can't take a look at it. I have to keep watching VACQ stock guidance, okay? What sort of options? 5,800, 1,800%. So it's, big option increase. That's why it's showing up, of course, in the scanner. All right, well, it's 12 is holding. I'm looking for something like an 1193, 1195, bid ask. If I can get something like that for VACQ, probably hop right back into that short. Right now, though, I mean, it's just still trying to figure out what direction it really wants. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, there's some support right there on the 2-minute chart, I guess, 1187. After that, there's really no support. All right, guys, well, let's see. There's the big area right there. No, Monique, come here. Come here. Yeah, this is wearing me out. The spread's got a little wonky too. Get into the 80s. Well, just something that's, underneath 12 enough that I would feel a little more comfortable that it might not, that it's underneath 12 now, that's all. Again, for me, the psychological break of a whole number. Boy, it's just, I'm surprised that it's not doing one or the other. Sorry, guys, I just have to keep watching this. I just don't want it to pop up over 12 on me again. So I have to keep watching this. Keep an eye for other things to watch. Keep an eye on the ISEE, the IC, challenging 8 again. Well, I mean, it's just stuck now. All right, at least I see a bit of 1190. Let's move it down just a little bit more into the low 80s, maybe the 70s. I hate these sort of trades, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, it's because they can be so whippy, I have to keep a real close eye on it. I have a stop in place, of course, but I can't rely on it because it could just blow right through my stop. So I have to really pay attention to it. The one I want to be in is WTT, and I just that'd be great. I was looking at 295, and I just took my eye off it. 273 now, and just sinking. WTT, and it was shortable too. Ah, come on. All right, well, there's the GDYN. It did finally move after a long time, 1928, but it wasn't easy. There was the alert, but it was not easy. 1928. I mean, what did it do? It got all the way down to, well, I guess not all the way down, but below 19. Sat, and now I guess you could say, okay, now come on. Looks like it's starting to move. Sorry, guys, I'm talking to myself. I know. I actually have a couple of, like some that are really kind of moving now. The AGFY is moving. WTT on the way down. What's the IC? IC, keep an eye on ISEE. Definitely keep an eye on it. It takes out 8. It could run. I mean, I think 802 or something was a fib reel was talking about. I don't know if that has changed, but if you look left on that weekly chart, I believe that it is something like 870 or so, the next high, or monthly charts for ICE. I think. Wow, WTT crashing here. Well, crashing. Moving down. Well, right here looks like a bit of a, well, that's a fib, 1189. That looks like a bit of a support level right there. On the 2-minute chart, WTT, guys, now it is crashing. Look at it, just picking up that downward. That was something to get some moves at least. Now, is this another SPAC? Yeah, this is another SPAC that just showed up, guys. Another SPAC that just showed up in the option scanner. So let me see if my premise is going to be right again. If this really pops, okay. Yeah, I just don't see this one moving much. I mean, I may be wrong, but I know it showed up on the option scanner, but you know, the filters were met, yes, but I don't think it's that good. Yeah, she's right there. You're right, Kev. She's. All right, guys. I've taken most of it out. I just don't trust it. The VACQ was willing it to get into the 70s, but it may still happen. If it does, I might reshort it. But I'm out virtually all the VACQ. Now I can move on. Now I can move on to take a look at IC. And take a look at IC here, guys. So see what's happening here. There are the next highs looking left on the monthly chart, 879 and 897. So somehow if we can get through that 8, what did it get up to? It got up to 798. It got up to 8. It literally got to 8 before it stopped. So let's just see. With some volume though, need a big volume push right through it. Clearly now, there's so much activity happening behind me. All right, guys. Well, let's see. We got something going here now for IC. What's your fibs now, Real? Looks like it's the top of a 4-hour channel. I don't know if you're... What channels are you looking at? Still 30-minute or... I know your fibs are on 4 hours. Yeah, it's not an option. It's using option filters, okay? It's just showing stocks with abnormal option activity. It's not scanning the options itself, Billy, okay? It's just showing unusually or abnormal option activity. So for instance, So for instance, we look at VACQ, okay? So right now, so it's trading, I have some filters in place. It has to be at least 2,000 contracts, so that fits the bill, it's 6,900. But it's also 2,100 times normal, or 2,000% of normal, 21 times normal, okay? So it's an unusual option activity. So it's not, I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And then I'm trading the stock. Now, some say that they can use those filters and they may be able to trade the option too. Using those filters, zeroing in on good option trades. Just quickly what they are. So here we have the put call ratio, option volume, which is the average over the last 10 days, option volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the kind of the key one. So if I put 300%, that means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal what it has done over the last 10 days. Okay? So I'm not trading options, but just some in the room who are option traders say that those filters do help them. Well, there's not really. I mean, RST. I mean, okay, a couple of things. Sometimes, a lot of times, an IPO will show up if you have my halts resumes. It'll show up as a resume. Okay. Not 100%. I would say maybe 90% of the time. But the other thing I would do is this. If you're truly interested in IPOs, do a little bit of work. Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to show you. This is what I do. Okay, so I'll put this in here. This is the one that I use, website for IPOs. Okay. So this is what I do. I'm going to take a look at the IPO calendar. Okay, this will be for next week. So we had a huge number of IPOs this week, of course. So what day is this? 7/2. Well, this is today. So 7/5 and 7/9. So these are next week. Okay. So this is what I do. I see AT&T or ATAT. So I just put it in I just put it in my chart. Of course, it'll say nothing, not trading yet. I'll create a price alert of $1. Whoops. Okay, price alert of $1. For this one, link doc, do the same thing, LDOC. I'll put a price alert of $1. Come on, what's going on? Okay, so look what happens. Give me a moment. Bring up my price alerts, which I got to get rid of a ton of. Let's get rid of all these up here. Okay. See down here, ATAT and LDOC are down here. When they start to trade, this price alert window, I'll have it minimized, and this will pop right to the top. I'll see it right at the top here because I have it sorted on the trigger time. So I'll get the price alert. It'll pop right up on my screen, and so then I'll know that that the IPO is starting to trade. Now I could have, if I wanted to, I could have put in here a little note, IPO, whatever the day is, if I really wanted to. So that's what I would do. Okay, so a little bit of work, but I mean, the other thing. Why I like doing it that way anyway is because then you can kind of see who's involved in the IPO. You can see how many shares, the price. You can put that as the note also. So, for me, I also want to know those things before I even take a look at an IPO. Okay? right, guys. Well, you know what? I'm now starting to look at DNUT again. I mean, I know I said I'd like to get it, 12, but I mean, this is it's getting a little more interesting if we get some volume. Like everything else. It's over 19. If we get some volume, some enthusiasm behind it, hey, maybe it pushes it up again for a good close. Right now, I mean, it's down. They, quote unquote, they, and there's some big theys behind this one, so maybe they want to close it positive. SQGB. This was the one that was halted several times through the 200-day now, yeah. Several times. And halted now. Shoot, I didn't even see that one. Then again, look left on that monthly chart. Ton of room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to $29, but at least you don't have to worry about it on the monthly chart. And it just, okay, JRSH, now that was halted before. And now, I'm sorry, this is just halted. JRSH just got halted. Now, this, not very much volume yet, but the volume I'm sure will pick up. But let's just see where it could open. Right now it says 776, so no real clue. Look at it on the weekly chart. The monthly chart's a little bit different look. Getting a lot of activity now. It was dead for the longest time. We're getting a lot of activity in the last hour or so. Okay, I see is back over 8 again, guys. Yeah, this is what Real's talking about. I'm sorry, he's talking about this 5-minute RBI. I guess it's not classic, but I like the bottoming tail. I mean, this red candle is not totally engulfed by the previous green candle, but I would take that if with the bottoming tail there, because again, what does that mean? The sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers took control. So maybe they are going to be in control. $824, $839, $863. Well, let's see. Not in it yet. like to see it clear 8 a little bit better, or maybe 805, 806, something like that on the bid ask. Well, the meme stocks are not quite over yet, are they? AMC and GME kind of popping up again. AMC over that 50 mark, GME over the 200 mark, so they're not quite over yet. All right, well, I don't want to keep staring at this, so what I'm going to do is just put an alert at 806 for IC and see if it takes that out later. And SQBG just opened up. Wow. You know, I can't take, I mean, it's just, you're just in chase mode now, but. And no shorts available for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. All right, well, the VACQ is getting more interesting again for me. Again. I keep thinking it's going to fall all the way back. And yet, and then it pops right back up, so. That probably got some people interested. You know, I almost bit on that. Okay, so JRSH opened and it did not pop at all. Ooh, there were shorts available, but you could not predict that was going to happen. Typically the first halts are decent. You know, stock gets halted. Typically, you know, they have a bit of a pop anyway. This didn't even pop. And it was halted on the way up. Wow. Don't often see this, guys. You don't see a stock get, unless that was the, no, that was the first halt. You don't often see something like this after the first halt. All right. Well, sort of my number one focus right now is on IC. I want to see if it can get over 8 with any authority, and then start to have that run to, you know, that 880 mark, or close to it anyway. Boy, that was nasty. Look at this. I mean, look what happened with this. I mean, it looked like that was it. That looked like that could have been it right there. Then out of nowhere, boom, and now boom for VACQ. William, I know you're out of it. You're out of the short, VACQ. I'm sure you're out of that short. No, I didn't take it. No. Oh, I see. He can't hear me. All right, guys, just a minute. Okay, so IC is not going through 8 again. This has been it's a challenge. This one, this GDYN. Very choppy, in my opinion, anyway. Well, I don't know if I found it, but I mean, it showed up on the well, earlier today even. First time right here on the halts resumes. SQBG. So that would have been at 10:07 and at 9:92. That's the first time I saw this. Somebody might have seen it earlier, I don't know. Well, it's an all-time high, GDYN. Look at the volume this week. Going forward, watch this one next week. I mean, there's nothing stopping it now. Remember, though, I mean, it's whippy. I mean, at one point, this was down to 1430. It's up to 1990 within the week. So, I mean, look what happened 2 days ago. I mean, look pretty good here, and then boom, boom, and then yesterday, yes. So, I mean, these are very, 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 can be kind of scary plays. The narrow, what time frame? This is still kind of interested, guys, in the D nut. if it can, the longer it holds over this 19 level, but I'm only interested if we get volume. Okay, I want to see a big volume burst. I mean, I like the way it's holding 19. I know I said I wouldn't, wanted to see 20, but I like the way it's holding this 19. But we need some volume. I mean, like a volume bar, like doesn't have to be that big, but just something. 5 minute. Yeah, I guess it is narrowing. I can't even see them. So yeah, I guess. Guys, Alec could be coming back. Well, it is coming back. It's just, I don't mean it could be, but it is starting to come back. ALAC. Little bit of action here. I don't know, maybe a late day thrust. I thought it was kind of be kind of over, but if. Very active day in the Anderson household. You guys in the States still have Saturday morning delivery? Wow. Can't believe that. All right, so I guess all I'm going to kind of look at now is I'm not going to completely give up on the VACQ. I still have my bias is that it could finally have the collapse right back down. Maybe wrong, but we'll have to see. The IC, look at Donut, DNUT, DNUT. That's the other one I'm kind of keeping my eye on. Just want some volume. Oh yeah, Amazon is every day. Yeah, but I'm still amazed that you guys, your postal service, still works Saturday mornings. I'm talking about just normal mail, not talking about packages and things. Maybe a little political, but okay. See, I know who that is. Yeah, no, yeah, so does ours. I'm just talking about like the old run of the mill mail. I'm not talking about packages or. Okay. Well, guys, after that flurry of excitement and activity, I'm not getting too much else now. All right, so this is now starting to base a little bit. I should ask Zach where he thought this might go. Well, this is ramping up again. SQBG ramping up again. Again, this has got just a ton of room. Oh, a tough spread. Really tough spread. 1720. Well, it's actually tightened, and that's 1703, 1740. Very tight, very tough spread. Again, one of these ones where you're looking at this 1 million in the float. I mean, it is very, very. It's a challenge, unless you take only a few shares, because with that float, anything can happen, and the spread is can be super annoying. You guys are talking about RMED. RMED. I haven't seen that one. Probably a low relative volume. That's the reason. So it's not going to show up in any one of my scans because of that low relative volume. But look at this, yeah. I mean, look at the volume that has come into it now. And there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So what's looking left? 518. Looks like there's a ton of well, it's right through it now, though. I'm going to say it looks like there's a lot of resistance right here. I shouldn't say it's through it. It's right at it. And now it's down. I mean, look at that. Look how that just blocked it right there on that daily chart. Came right up and just squashed it down so far. Just a minute, please. Decision time for me in this donut. I mean, I really just want some volume. I mean, I like the way it's trading. And this would be potential swing, I suppose, but don't ask me. Yes, with that float, I have no idea. I mean, there's no resistance. If you're in this one, I mean, you just got to be careful. That's all I can say. I mean, the next high looking left is up here, 25. On the daily, I'm sure it's going to be about the same. Yeah, I mean, you've got 27, really? Yeah, 26.80, so around 27. I'm not saying that's a target, but I mean, there's no looking left. That's the next high looking left. So I'm not saying that's again not a target, but where it could go from here. There's nothing on the chart stopping it. But that's an insanely low float for a $17 stock. Yeah, I mean this SQ. I mean if it holds 18, look out. Yeah, I mean it. And the volume. That's the volume I want in the donut. I want to see that sort of volume. Look at all the volume, and it's still not abating really. Boy, that was a quick pop up to 1843. Well, there you go, guys. If you got the stomach, wow! If you've got the stomach, that's a great trade. SQBG once it took out 18. I mean now over 19 now. Yippee! I mean, I cannot recommend a trade like this. I kept saying the float, but I mean, as somebody pointed out, I think it was I don't even know who it was. Over 18 though. Well, it's sort of, but I mean, look at the 2-minute chart here. Look at it right here. And the little move over 18, I mean, I wouldn't call that chasing on the 2. Even the pullback on the 5, I mean, it's a risk. There's no question. It's a risk. That's why I can't say take this trade, guys. But who was it that just said 18? Yeah. Who was that just said over 18? Because that's what I was looking at also. Now, I mean, what a great way to end the week. Bobby S. Okay, Bobby S. There you go. But you got to be careful. I mean, look at this. I mean, it was up at what 2047, right back down to 1886, right back up to 1929. So you got to trade this. If you were able to, if you were able to take this earlier, even better, of course. But if you were in around that 18 mark, You know, you cannot let it go from 20, whatever it was, 2054, back down to 18 without taking some profit. You got to be fast. I thought I blew it. In fact, I saw 1844 flash. I was all set to sell some, and it went back right back down to 1830, and then all of a sudden, right back up to 1860. So I mean, it. Who said this was a boring day? Yeah, well, I mean, there's the high. I don't know about the fantasy of 28.48. That might be some fib level, but I mean, there's the high on the monthly chart. Well, it's 27.90. 27.90 right there. That'll be the high in the daily, I'm sure. Okay, 26.82 is the next high looking left. Out of nowhere, too. I mean, you look, if you're trying to find a reason, there is no reason. No reason in that you're not going to find a news headline saying, you know, this is why this is up. So, guys, why can a stock be up 141 million percent? 141 million, 141%. Why can that happen? There you go, Cam. The float, right? So there's that really, really low float, 1 million in the float. So again, there is your supply of shares available to trade. And then for whatever reason, so there's your supply. And then for whatever reason, there's huge demand. 11 million, you know, it's traded the float basically 11 times. 35 times normal volume up to this point of the day. So again, for whatever reason, there is this insane demand for it. So low supply, high demand, 143%. Let's take a look at Facebook. Is Facebook up 143% today? No. Why? I'm kind of kidding, but I mean, you know, these stocks, like, I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with trading Facebook and Apple and Microsoft if that's what you want to do. But, you know, recognizing that, you know, a float like that, 2.3 billion in the float, it's going to take a bunch to move it. Now, I admit this one day here was a big day. 340 up to 358. But even then, you know, for Facebook, that's an enormous day. But on a percentage basis, I mean, I cast that aside. I mean, but highly risky. Definitely a lot more interesting than VACQ or IC. Yeah, halted way back when too. But it could be, way back. What time was it? 10:07 at 9:92. I mean, who knew this was going to do all this today? 9:92. Right there, 9:92. HCDI, I don't think I've seen that one for a while, if ever. HCDI, let's take a look. And the answer is Yeah, so I don't know what you're really looking for here. I mean, it's done nothing for weeks and months, so I'm not really sure. My thoughts are is that no, unless you get some kind of a catalyst to make it move, it is a low float. It's 11 million in the float, so it's a low float. But I mean, look what it's done for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, half a year. I mean, it's done nothing. Oh, I'm sure. I don't know about that, Cam. I mean, that's possible. I don't really look at market mechanics too much. Not Mike and the mechanics, but market market mechanics. I mean, obviously, with a low float, I mean, anything can happen, as we know, both up and down. You got that one, PJ? That's right. All I need is a miracle. Guys, I mentioned Pola a long time ago. This was actually coming, I think, from the Chris. If you've got this one, the trend reversal up. I mentioned this one right about here. There's where, and it didn't really do anything. But look at it now. I mean, this was a long time ago. This is what I'm talking about right here. The trend. Come here. Sometimes dragging. Right there at 9:35, I saw this one, but it didn't really budge. But now look at it, Pola. Now it could come right back down, but now you've been talking. Zach has been talking about KBSH, I think, or KBS. Which one? KBSF. I think isn't that China? KBSF. Isn't that? Yeah, that China. Another low float, 2.9 million in the float. Oh boy, this is an ugly monthly chart, ugly weekly chart. Why ugly? Look at these topping tails. Remember, at some point, these poor buyers had it up here, and the sellers kept knocking it down week after week after week, even on the monthly charts, knocking it down. That's what we're talking about, John. Mike and the mechanics. Well, what time is it? 2:24. Okay. What I'm going to do, just to sort of almost wrap up the room and the week. Remember, Monday's a holiday. So if you want to join in all the fun and take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is a promo code you can use. I'm going to go over that in just a minute. Oops. Okay, let me just do this. I need to... Give me a moment, please, guys. I just have to copy and paste some stuff in the YouTube room. Okay, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's the promo code you can use. Happy 4th, all right? All in capital letters, other than numeric, obviously numeric 4. Click on my home page. And here it is. So obviously do not use Barry for alpha. You might obviously use the Happy 4th to get 25% off the first month or the entire year. Just to give you an idea, this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. Of course, you don't have to have a premium or a annual plan. If you want to go monthly, that's fine. In fact, that's my recommendation. If you don't know the product, don't start off with an annual subscription. That's crazy. You can always start off with a standard, get the 118 less the 25%. If you maintain it, then that's what you'll pay, or 228 going forward. That 25% is only good for the first month. But if within 30 days you decide that you really like it and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So you have 30 days to try it out. Try us out. If you don't like it, you just tell us, and that's it. But if you do like it, you can one of two things. You can just maintain your monthly, or you can upgrade. Okay. Trade of the week, there will be one next week. There wasn't one this week. Steve was on holidays, so there will be one next week. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free service. I do a stock of the day video, free service. All my scans right here. My layout and individual windows. Somebody asked earlier, where did I first see the SBGI or the SQBG? First time I saw it, it may have appeared somewhere else in somebody else's scan. First time I saw it, though, was in the Halts Resumes, as an example. And the education section. Big education section right here. The 20 lessons, creating top lists, alert windows, etc. Our YouTube room right here between 12 and 1 every day. Not Monday. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Not Monday. Education videos. Starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More of a video on the AI. And the big teaching section, I guess, if you're brand new to trading. Starting off with what is a stock. So a lot of information in my homepage or on my homepage. Don't expect you to have absorbed all that I've just talked about. So what you do is you save my link, and then you can take a look at all of that at your leisure. Especially, especially these two sections here. The education section and my scans. A lot of information here. So save the link, and then you can look at it anytime you want. Yeah, I do see that, but it's so boring now, VACQ. It's so boring compared. But yeah, my premise is still there. I'm a little surprised. I've seen this many, 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 many times in the option scanner. The SPACs, they have a huge pop, and then they almost immediately drop. This one surprised me. It's taken a while. I'm not back in it. I'm probably done trading. I don't have a specific one for that, but that's pretty simple to set up. You're talking about a short float percent? I don't have a specific one, but let's just take a look at my, here. If you look at, let's take a look at this one. Okay, go to my home page and go to my scans, and I'm sure this is the VACQ, probably alerting me right here. Yep. Where are we? Okay, go to my scans. One of the ones I have is low floaters on the move, I believe. Yeah, low floaters on the move. So let's just take a look at it. And I mean, if all you have to do is just add that if it's not there. A second. All right, let me do it again. Okay, back to my scan section. Low floaters on the move. Where are you? Low floaters on the move. Click on it, highlight it, copy it, file, load from cloud. Here it is. Load it. Okay, so let's just see what I do have for the filters. Okay, so I've got a value of 30 million, okay? I mean, of course you can change it, but all you have to do, I mean, if you want this, I mean, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is just type in float. Oops. Float, and then add that filter, the short float, and put 25. Okay? And there you've got it. Now, you don't have to have these other ones, but that's up to you. Okay? I can give you that, just the small change I did. Oh, you've already done it. Okay. After all of that, you made me go through all that? Okay. Yeah, SPACs were great last year. The bloom is off them now. I mean, the odd one. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. SPRT. Okay, let me see why mine would not be. SPRT. Okay, so it's the right, okay, volume. Okay, that's why. So my minimum is 300%. You obviously have less, maybe what is your minimum, 200% or what, 150% maybe? What is your minimum now? No, I agree, Poe. I'm all for them. I love to have 4-day weeks. I know William would disagree, but boy, this SQB. I mean, what a tremendous way to end the week for if you were able to get it. 100%. Okay. I know. That's what I said, William. I know you would do it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You must. Why don't you just trade cryptos in and stuff? Why don't you trade cryptos and? I don't know about that, William. I mean, I don't know enough about it. I would check the volumes. I mean, there's crypto crazies out there. They just trade, 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 trade. You too, PJ. Have a great 4th of July. I don't think that one is shortable for me. Not that I want to short it, but the SQBG, I don't think it's shortable at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, no, not available anyway. Well, not readily available. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. What was I going to say? I know what I was going to say. Remember, not long ago, it seems, we were looking at the SPY volume and saying, oh, yeah, nothing's much happening. I was saying hardly had any alerts, etc., etc. I mean, the SPY volume is still, of course, nothing. But man, oh man, all of a sudden, yeah, you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out why, in some of these cases. I mean, it's because you're right, there's no specific news on it. But it's just one of those things that when all of a sudden traders get a hold of it, and not to get too biblical on you, but I mean, trading begats trading begats trading. I mean, it's really amazing how it works. Believe it or not, we're not the only room looking at stuff like this. And so all of a sudden, and then it just sort of fuels it, keeps going and going and going until it doesn't. Oh, well, no, Alec had news. I mean, Alec did have news. I mean, they had the big news with GSK. So, you must not have read. You must not have seen it. A big. Well, I didn't read the entire press release, but some kind of a deal with Glaxo, GSK. Yeah, Elector stock surges on drug news. Surges after collaboration with GSK. Yeah, it'll be because they're obviously it's yes. To answer your question, G Trade, yes, Monday morning or Tuesday morning, yes. I mean, I suppose he can't do it. I think it has to be done internally. So it'll be Tuesday morning. You're talking about the trade of the week. Somebody asked a question. Will the trade of the week be sent out Tuesday morning? And the answer is yes. No, there is no news. There is no news for that we can find anyway for SQBG. Okay, there is no news. Just one moment, please. Ital, just look at these. I mean, I don't know. Just look at the filters involved. Okay, I mean, some of these names are the same. I mean, they're just names, but just look at the filters that are involved and see what the differences are. I mean, in theory, a short squeeze will have like a low float. Well, certainly a high short float percent typically. But just take a look at the filters. Just do the summary and check. But they're probably going to be very similar. No, I don't take off early Fridays. No, not if there's something to do. There's something to do. What do you mean by a good volume scan? What are you talking about? Abnormal volume? Like what do you mean by that? A good volume scan? Stocks that are popping on volume? Like what do you mean by that? Okay, so you can take a look at this is one that I've got, momentum up. Okay, and if I look at it, this is what it's looking for. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. In the 5 minutes, 300% of normal. Stuff like that. I mean, there are more filters here, but these, I think, so you can create your own with your own price range. I mean, I can give you this one. Don't get me wrong. I can give you this one. But then, you can create your own price ranges and all. But these are the two. So if you go to my homepage and just where am I? If you click on my homepage link, there's my tab. Okay, there's the tab, and click on my link, and then go to this. Happy Fourth, yeah. And then go to my scan section. Click here, and then momentum up. So what I showed you, that's called momentum up. Okay. And again, you can change the price range and if you want, but that'll get you started. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, what a end of the week. just takes one thrilling ride, and unbelievable. Look at Alec even. I mean, Alec's coming back too. I'm done. I mean, I don't think I'm going to do anything more. Even finally, the VACQ is starting to move down, but I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, you look at this one. I mean, there's that low float plus a huge short float percent. One moment, please. All right, guys, I think that's it for me, okay? This RME, this actually the RMED, I mean, we have to watch it next week. I mean, if it ever really breaks out, yeah, it could be the next one, okay? All right, guys, well, thanks for all the help all week long. The help today turned it out to be a pretty exciting day. Let me just get the script ready. So remember, the markets are closed on Monday, okay? Just getting my script ready. So for those of you celebrating 4th of July in the United States, of course I won't be, but have the day off because I'm a Canadian, in case you guys don't know. But have a great 4th of July weekend, guys. I'll open the room Tuesday morning. Just a minute. Control copy. I'll open the room Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So have a great long weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.